What is up, guys? How are you feeling today? Are you feeling like I'm feeling, which is like a kid on Christmas morning with a huge stack of presents about to be unwrapped, and then, counting all of my awesome Batman action figurines and then perched over it like the dragon Smog over his loot of gold. That's how I feel. Just so excited. We've spent months talking about today, and it's finally here. We'll get to see where some of our favorite prospects land. Where is Drake London going? Oh, he goes to Atlanta. How do we like that scheme fit? What does that mean for fantasy? Could Breece Hall somehow sneak into round one, locking up that very valuable round one draft capital? And maybe it's a great landing spot. Maybe it's Buffalo. We'll talk about the quarterbacks, and we'll talk about some of the defensive players as well. I'm so excited. Really happy for you guys to be joining us. I don't know who's watching this, but I have to imagine whoever's watching this are the real Fantasy Points diehard. So we're going to try and reward you in multiple ways. One way is we're just going to have as much fun as possible. We're going to keep it loosey-goosey. We're going to be drinking some beers. We're going to give you our honest opinions, maybe some sources we've heard over the last few weeks that we didn't want to put out on Twitter. We'll give that away to you guys. And we're also giving away some special prizes. It's going to be announced sometime during the first 5 picks or so. You have to be watching this show to qualify. You can get a Ryan Tannehill autographed jersey, and maybe that'll be somewhat awkward when the Titans draft Desmond Ridder. Maybe a round too early, Wes would say. We'll see. We're also giving away an Onyx Vintage 2021 college football card box. And Ben, the man behind the glass, will announce those at a certain point, maybe right after the first 5 picks go. I'm your host. I'm Scott Barrett. I think you guys know me. We'll also have a special guest today in Brett Whitefield, one of my PFF buddies, and maybe another one of mine and Wes's PFF buddies will join us as well. And then, of course, we have Wes Huber, the GOAT, the man who put together 43 super dank college rookie profiles in the span of 33 business days. And we have our host this evening, the wonderful Nick Skrip. I think this is my first time doing a show with him on the official Fantasy Point stream. Nick, what's going on?
I'm excited too, man. At the office all day, I don't think I can actually think about anything work-related. I don't know if I was excited to the Batman figure mantra that you put together, but pretty much close to that, I'd say. So I'm happy to be here with you guys today.
All right, so I have 3 fact checks here that I need to clean up. One, they're action figures, not action figurines. 2, I do not confuse my hesitation to go out and get Desmond Ridder as a fantasy quarterback with where I think he's actually going to be drafted. Very different opinions there. And then 3, it was 49 articles in 33 days, and a lot. Some of them were for the draft guide. They weren't all, for the Dino profiles. But
I think I sold you short just because I didn't think that was possible.
Yeah.
Trying to put the map together there. How many articles a day and at what time are you doing it? It's a lot, man.
1.5. Work 5 to 7 or 8 every day.
It's a lot. And I know, Scott, you've been on shows nonstop this week. I think we were talking in a DM, and on a Monday you said you had 5 shows.
Yeah, I've been going crazy with the podcast, but that was really just to reward myself. Wes has been busy and hard at work. I've written, if you stack up all my rookie articles, one on top of another, it's 50% the word count of The Catcher in the Rye. Of course, most of the subs just kind of trust me at this point and just want to see the names ranked. So that was my last article, just the straight rookie rankings, which we'll probably be referring back to during this article, trying to imagine landing spot and draft capital, how that might change things up. But yeah, if you want to check my work, you can read all those articles. If you want to, if your team takes Treylon Burks at pick 16, you can pull up my wide receiver article, Control F, Treylon Burks. Shout out to Teeny, by the way, Teeny, very active in our Discord, helped us out with a number of things, including the fantasy points, cashing points, live stream drinking game. Maybe you guys can help us out. There's also now a community rep in Discord. Maybe he can help us out. Maybe you guys can help us out, come up with a drinking game for tonight's show. I think that could be a lot of fun. Yeah, I'm just so excited, guys. I don't know if you could tell. I'm really excited.
I'm just ready for I did a mock draft this morning. I'm ready for that to go out the window like a March Madness bracket. But excited to see how things line up for sure.
What was your top three, Nick?
Top three. Let me pull it up. I think I had so I had Hutchinson at 1. I know that seems like it's been not the consensus the last few days. Then I think I went.
Who cares what the consensus is?
I mean, we're going to be wrong regardless. You're right. And after that, I think I had Evan Neal at number 3, and then Thibodeau at number 2. I think that's the route I went. But how about you guys?
How do you have it, Wes?
Me,
what would you do?
I'm just absolutely. I just want to puke about the amount of mock drafts that are out there. I just don't care anymore.
Yeah,
I'm so sick of reading everybody under the sun's mock draft. I think it's just getting out of hand. It's out of control.
Well, what would your top 3 be, Wes? That's the only mock draft I'd care to.
Oh yeah, don't say that. Hutchinson, and then I'd go Walker. Probably I'll go edge rusher 1, 2, and 3 in Thibodeau 3. You know what? If I'm going to strike out with a top 5 pick, and I don't have 2 truly elite edge rushers, I'm going edge rusher because that's where you want to strike out. If you don't see a quarterback or you don't need a quarterback, and you're not taking a shot there, you want to take a shot at edge rusher. Those are the 2 hardest positions to acquire in the game.
Someone suggested we take a drink every time the word upside is said.
Oh.
And I feel like that this show would be off the rails within 15 minutes.
What's a good synonym? What's a good synonym that comes to mind? Upside.
Yeah. How could we get around that?
I'm trying to pivot in advance.
Ceiling.
High ceiling. Yeah, there you
go. Upper range outcome. I don't know.
Toolsy.
Yeah, with the
brings his lunch pail to work.
There you go. Yeah, with the edge rushers across the last couple of years, Chase Young, Nick Bosa, Bradley Chubb, Myles Garrett, Jadeveon Clowney back in 2014. I feel like this is one of those classes. There can be 5 of these guys going in the first.
Yeah, for sure.
It's interesting.
Yeah, I think that what the NFL is learning is, outside of the fact that they realize there's really no way to properly evaluate quarterbacks and do it, with any type of efficiency or accuracy. And I think the other thing is that I think offensive linemen are there's been a correction on at least in my view on the take that you just have to go, get a left tackle at the top of the draft. I just don't see that anymore. It almost makes more sense these days to wait for a younger one to come available on the wire and go trade for him than it is to take shots in the dark on these guys that are so difficult to evaluate. You'll of course always have your generational guys, your Orlando Paces, and those are guys you go get. But it's so hard to find those guys. So I think that's something that we're gonna start seeing less of. But we'll see. I just don't think that we're gonna. I really don't think there's gonna be any offensive linemen in the top 5 here.
Yeah, we're gonna have Brett on to help, like I said, with some of the non-fantasy eligible prospects. I know what everyone says about the various prospects, but I didn't spend a lot of time breaking down the tape. I know he did. But are there any non-fantasy eligible prospects you're especially excited about within this class? Maybe a Sauce Gardner, or a Derek Stingley?
Oh, absolutely.
Wes?
Trip McDuffie. There's
McDuffie.
several. Yeah, I mean he's more of a zone guy, but Derek Stingley, man, he's gonna step onto the field day one and be a shutdown corner. He's gonna be one of the guys that we're gonna have to worry about shadowing our wide receivers day one. LSU, I mean, you could count on two hands the number of zone snaps they played, and they had Derek Stingley just locked onto the best wide receiver. And I love it. I love this kid. I think he's going to be legit like year one. Going to be it's going to step in there and just whoever gets him is just going to get a baller, man. I love Derek Stingley.
I had a tweet the other day. What really annoys me most about all these mock drafts is everyone is trying to have the most accurate mock draft, but even like that's impossible. And even the most accurate mock draft is going to get like at most 11 things right. I want to see more fun mock drafts. Like it's never going to happen, but why not work in a trade up for the Chicago Bears into round one for Chris Olave, pairing him back up with Justin Fields? Like that's exciting to me. Was something I threw out too, and I'd love to hear your opinion on it, Wes, just because you're so smart with the X's and O's, is what if one of these Giants teams took both Stingley and Sauce Gardner, where to me that looks like them in combination is worth more than the sum of their parts. We can think back to Patrick Peterson when he was at Arizona. Okay, he locked down, shut down the wide receiver one every single game, but that's fine because like the CB2 sucks. So the wide receiver two would just eat them alive every single game. Do you think there's any credence to that having two great corners is worth more than having one amazing cornerback times two, something like that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't think the Giants are a great example, because they have Adoree Jackson under contract. But the Texans, like if the Texans were to somehow trade up and get two picks there, I think that would be just amazing for them because that was their weakest area last year.
And that's a martingale scheme now, which relies heavy on coverage sacks and good cornerbacks, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, cornerbacks. I mean, they're right there after edge rusher and quarterback. For me, I think that the two next most important positions in football are cornerback and wide receiver. And if I was a GM, those are the four positions that I would focus on first, based on my team need, before all other needs. And then after I have just those positions locked down, that's the only time I would go elsewhere. We saw with Cincinnati, you can win without a top offensive line, and safeties they're so slow. They just sit there and just linger on the free agent market, and you can just go get them. So it's really those four positions that you want to lock up. And but yeah, I mean your Giants, Scott. I mean you got Aaron Robinson. He was a breakout guy for them last year, and then they didn't even get to use Rodarius Williams, and who was just a monster for them in the preseason, but then he got hurt. I mean, your Giants are looking pretty good. I would need to get some pretty good capital for Bradbury, but that sounds like what they want to do.
I did a podcast, my first podcast of the off season, where I spent a literal 10 minutes talking by myself, a monologue, a rant on my intense disdain for Dave Gettleman, who I've been arguing since the Saquon Barkley draft class. They should be trading down. They should be actively, trying to rebuild this roster, if not tanking. And instead, Dave Gettleman went the opposite route. He went win now with a bottom 5 roster. And look at the Giants today, bottom 3 roster and bottom 3 in available cap space. Like that is the worst place to be. But yeah, that's my allegiance. That's my rooting interest. So you're going to see me get very excited for whoever the Giants take. I think they're in a good spot. I really like the new head coach, the new GM.
I like their defense, though. I think they've got players at every spot that I like a lot. So I think it's a good defense. I think you pair it up with a good offense, and man, you've got something you can work with there. No offensive line. I'm not saying don't go out and sign free agents. You know what I mean? I'm saying don't go out and draft the offensive lineman high until you get those other 4 positions locked up. And it seems like that's been going on a little too long. Their offensive line is bad.
There's a little bit of news today. The Giants elected to not pick up Daniel Jones' 5th-year option.
Mm-hmm.
And that's also such a tricky place to be in. They spent a 1st-round pick on this guy. The year Justin Herbert came out, sources or multiple high-level accounts were saying the Giants not only had Justin Herbert as the top-rated quarterback, but he was the top-rated quarterback in each of his 3 seasons of college. So they had him above Kyler Murray. They had him above Daniel Jones. They absolutely loved him, but they didn't take him because, they already had their 1st-round quarterback. And what did they do to prop him up to be successful? They didn't. They did the opposite. Just every year a new offensive coordinator, a new scheme to learn, very sub-mediocre surrounding talents in terms of the receivers. I know they had 4 slot wide receivers and 0 outside wide receivers one year, and a tight end who was sort of more of a slot wide receiver than anything else, and no offensive line. So it's they never even really had a chance to evaluate him and see if he could be someone to lead them down the road. Obviously, this decision seems they're not too confident, but you can make the argument he was not set up for success. We don't really know what we have in this guy, and maybe that's true. I don't know, but yeah, masterclass from Dave Gettleman on how to run a historic, proud franchise into the ground in just 5 or so years.
Yeah, no doubt.
Do you think 5-7? I, again, like Wes, have seen 8,000 mock drafts across the last couple of days. You think they potentially reach on a receiver? I know that they've been shopping Tony, right? I don't know if they.
Yeah, I think that was more of a kick in his pants to get him into voluntary workouts. I think they want him working with the team. I don't think that's something they can do, because you take him off the roster. I mean, what do they have? And then you're just taking another stab at another receiver, and he may not be as good as or as talented as Tony.
Yeah,
we'll see. But I do think by the end of this draft, we're gonna find out what the fate of Saquon Barkley is going to be. I think that if they don't go into the draft and come away with some solid options for their offensive line, I think it might be an indication that Saquon's going to be moved, and a double indication would be if they go out and get a running back that would be somebody they could just plug right in if they were to trade him away, because he's got value, and I think with the state of the offensive line right now, I don't think that it's a situation where he's going to really help the team. Unless like I said, unless they get some pieces here in the draft that they're happy with. But I know that they can lock Daniel Jones back up with their franchise tag, and that's great. But it's definitely not a great sign that they're not just picking up his option here. What if they go out and draft a quarterback in the first round? What do you think about that, Scott? I know it sounds ridiculous, but what else do they have here? Tyrod Taylor. Give me a break.
Yeah, I would absolutely hate that. I think the Giants are really sitting pretty at 5-7. No matter what, you're going to get 2 very high-level players. You're going to get. That trade they made with Kadarius Toney, even if Toney busts, and I still believe in the talent, but obviously the off the field stuff is alarming. They still clearly won that trade. You have 2 picks in the top 10 now, thanks to the Bears. But yeah, Evan Neal, either cornerback, even Charles Cross, the other offensive lineman, potentially an edge rusher falls. I think they're sitting really pretty, but I'm a madman. How I treat my dynasty teams, and I wouldn't be afraid to do the same thing if I was an NFL owner or GM. I would just keep trading back and acquiring 2023 round 1 picks, because like I said, sure, their defense, there's some things to like, but I do not see this being a competitive team for a number of years. And the Jaguars are going to make this pick in 4 minutes, so we won't spend the entire time talking about the Giants. But also, I'm going to ask Ben to scrub this from YouTube as soon as the show's done, because I intend on being very sloppy for the second half, but also because of what I'm about to say. Oh. I firmly intend on being an Uber billionaire in my 60s and then purchasing an NFL team. And again, we have to scrub this. I don't want this to get out for when this does happen. But my plan would be to buy an NFL team that's probably, bottom 5, bottom 10, drafting my first year, trading every single pick except for a round 6 pick, where I take a random, very bad quarterback. I make him my starter for the entire season, and then we finish dead last. And then we'll draft, ideally, a really good number 1 overall quarterback the following season. And then I will take all the blame. I will say, oh, guys, I tried to be a GM. Clearly, I don't know what I'm doing. And then just hire a more competent GM. But now the team just went from like dead last, but it has its ideally a Joe Burrow caliber quarterback and is going to dominate for a long time. That's like, I would not be afraid to treat an NFL team like my dynasty teams.
Well, I will say this though, Scott, you're not going to get away with that, because the NFL has to approve every one of those trades. And I guarantee you that they're going to shut you down.
Yeah. All my trade backs.
They won't let you. They're going
to veto the trade. They're going to veto the trade.
Aren't those the worst in NFL or fantasy? Anyone who's vetoing trades, come on.
Yeah, well, I mean, but I guarantee that when guys like Al Davis was the owner, that he tried to make some ridiculous moves that would decrease the integrity of the league, and they just shut him down. There's no report of it because they've got the guy, got a NDI, so. He's got to keep certain things under wraps, and I guarantee that guys like that got shut down a lot of times trying to make moves that were, just not just bad for the league overall. I'm not saying that your moves are bad. I'm just saying they may not see your vision, is what I mean.
I don't know. The Texans got away with some stuff a couple years ago though with the Hopkins trade. I mean,
oof.
They snuck that one in there, so maybe Scott's got leeway to maybe not go too big.
Yeah. I think Scott would get away with a couple, and then they would shut him down.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, just 1 year. I mean, honestly, 1 year can be all it takes if you have like a Joe Burrow level prospect in the class. Next year, there's supposedly some really great quarterbacks.
There's a couple. Yeah, I know there could be more. It's just too hard to project quarterbacks beyond a year. We just have to wait. But Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud, they're going to be the number 1 and number 2 pick. Hands down, there's not even a question.
And I like that Will Levis guy.
Actually, let me walk that back. I forgot about Jackson Smith and Jigba. It's going to be those three at the top, the first 3 picks. I would go Jackson Smith and Jigba first pick.
Yeah.
Damn. Wide receiver, first overall. How does he stack up to Jamar Chase in your eyes?
Oh, Jamar Chase, he's not as dynamic of a receiver. And Jackson Smith and Jigba, he's built like Kyler Murray, but he's 6'2" or 3. That big old thick hips, big old huge legs, but he's fast. I mean, really fast and really quick, and he can catch.
And he makes those.
I mean, unbelievable catches. I mean, this kid. He may not go number 1 overall. There's only been 2 in history to ever go number 1 overall, but he's going to make some teams think about it. I promise that. But but going back to what you said about Chase, Chase is he's going to have the speed advantage there on Njigba. I would say Njigba is going to run about like a 4.42, something like that. So he's not running in the 4.3s. But as far as what he can do overall on the field, he's better than Jamar Chase. Right now.
Wow. Yeah, I read that the Athletic piece you linked to in one of your articles, and where they were talking about how he makes those Odell Beckham Jr. wow catches.
Yeah.
All day, every day. And it's just like
there was one
and his high school pedigree.
Yeah, there was one where he's running a post full speed with a corner trailing him, and he reaches back while he's running and catches the ball behind his head, one-handed, brings it back in. I mean, it just the way they described it, I'm just like, oh my gosh, like that's crazy.
He was, I mean, Scott, you referenced him many times in your article too, your model article. I think a couple times you said like about Burks, like he only trailed like JSN in this stat.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah, like
he just kept popping in every single. Yep. So I mean, my model's saying the same thing. My model said, Kyle Pitts, Jamar Chase were, generational prospects, and you can define that like I define it, like every 5 years or so. But right on par with Jamar Chase, who, like I said, was the only ever perfect wide receiver prospect I've ever scouted. But I mean, Justin Ross had like a comparably impressive freshman season, and now he's supposed to go in round 7. So who knows what happens this year?
Nah, maybe round 4, I would say.
With him, it's entirely the medicals.
Yeah, I know.
Per sources, NFL teams don't think he can ever get back to who he was.
Her anonymous GM or her anonymous executive.
Yeah. But
her anonymous scout. You know what that is? That's the rumor mill. I don't believe a single one of them. But I will say that when you were talking about watching the Ohio State tape on Jameson Williams, and and he was doing this and he was doing that. Well, here I did want to add this to that. So don't take it like I'm saying Jameson Williams sucks. I'm not saying that at all. Dude he's got speed in the 4.2s. We're talking world class. His parents were scholarship sprinters. Each of his kids or each of his siblings, they were all raised as sprinters. I mean, they grew up from the moment they could walk. They were sprinting with their parents. I mean, this guy's got just unbelievable speed. I'm not even going to get into things against him or anything, but I will say this: when you got Jameson Williams on the field, right, and then you've got Chris Olave and you've got Garrett Wilson there with them. And they're getting all the targets, and Jameson's he's not, and then he ends up transferring after the year. Now put yourself in Jameson Williams' shoes. So Chris Olave and Garrett Wilson, they're coming back, and then who does he see in the depth chart right behind him? Jackson Smith and Jigba, and he knows right away, I need to go find another place because I'm already not getting looks from with Olave and Garrett Wilson here. There's no way I'm gonna get anything here in this offense with Njigba coming up, and to be honest, Chris Olave and Garrett Wilson stepped aside and they were like, you're the number one guy, and they said it. I was watching an interview with all three of them, and I forget who the interviewer was. I really don't care, and they were like, who's the best, and they both pointed right at Njigba like it wasn't even close. And
it says a lot.
So that was sources on Ross. What's not sources on Ross is that multiple neurosurgeons and other doctors told him he should never play football again. I could definitely see that make some teams scared. But if you read my write-up, I'm very attracted to his upside. Take a drink. And he's a player I'm going to – if he goes round 7, great. He's cheaper, and I'm going to have him in every single dynasty league I'm in. What's
There's
other
guy in this? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
More sources. This is sources. Someone I spoke to on the phone with a couple of hours ago.
Then I definitely trust it. Go ahead.
Right. Hinted heavily that the Chiefs would trade up, or were considering trading up for Jameson Williams. And then Josina Anderson just sort of heavily alluded to that in a tweet. Jameson Williams has something no other wide receiver in this draft has: gas. He's so fast. I would not be surprised if he's still hanging around inside the top 10, that he'd be one of the catalysts for some teams to move up for tonight. I could definitely see that happening. Like, he's not a seamless Tyreek Hill replacement, because Tyreek is 1 of 1, but he does have that rare speed.
I saw that exact stuff like a week ago I get this email from Reddit every day, and it had that as the top headline, like almost word for word, Scott. Look, nobody's questioning Jameson Williams' speed. He very well could be the fastest guy in the draft. But I tell you right now, one of his legs is the the size of his leg bone. I mean, it's.
Oh, he's skinny.
Oh no! I'm saying like there's no muscle on it right now. Like he's got that quad atrophy going on.
Yeah, he posted the workout video and he was squatting less than one plate. It was the 10-pound bumper plate, Nick.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I'm not concerned about Jameson Williams. There being any lingering effects from that knee. I think that his hands. I think that's something they can improve. Obviously, just sit him on the jugs machine all day. You can't teach speed. And speed in the NFL kills. There's no question. But I think that, okay, let's hit the brakes a little bit when we say that there's nobody else in this class like him, like that speed. Have you seen Christian Watson? Have you seen that guy? I mean,
oh my
gosh.
Drool-inducing upside, take a drink. I also like my guy Tyquan Thornton. The knock on him.
Yeah, absolutely. And
the knock on him is he is
Chris Olave was running the 4.2s was his time, and that's what they told him at the combine. So he didn't run his second 40, and then they went and changed it and moved it up into the 4.3s. He didn't have the opportunity to go back and rerun it. I'm telling you, Chris Olave is running low 4.3. He's fat now. Garrett Wilson, I think he was I was a little surprised that he ran as fast as he did. Thought he'd run 4.4.
Yeah, Tyquan Thornton ran the pick is in, guys. Do you know who it is?
We're gonna see if we're on the same wave here. If somebody's delayed.
My broadcast is always late, so just tell me, please, when it pops up.
Yeah, no, I'm late too. Mine's always late.
When Brett gets here, he always gets his like way before mine.
All right, so I'll just finish what I was saying on Tyquan Thornton. The fastest 10-yard split ever. If it's not, only Chris Johnson beat him, and that's more of an urban legend than a verified time. The knock on him is skinny wrists, and it's just like
if we're going urban legend. It's like Bo Jackson. He ran a 4.1.
Yeah,
that's
allegedly. Yeah. All right.
Or what about Deion Sanders? I don't think you can make the claim that these guys are beating all-time
Ice Cube
speeds because Deion Sanders, when he was coming out of Florida State, I think he owns the official record across the board. I don't think anybody's ever come close to him.
Deion Sanders is my favorite player ever, by the way.
Oh man. And what he's doing down there at Jacksonville State, getting those guys to go there. Oh my gosh, that team's loaded. We're going to start seeing a bunch of Jacksonville State guys drafted in the first round. That's what we're going to start seeing. That team is loaded.
I think we're just introducing just Ice Cube on the is he making the pick here? I have no volume.
Did he just say it, or is he just it's Hutchinson?
I had the volume on. He was just like
hyping the crowd up,
introducing. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I don't know if they're saying Jacksonville's on the clock or if he's saying the pick is in, but I mean we'll get that on Twitter.
I have a question about Jameson. So I know we kind of moved on past that, but do you think that a team like the Falcons, who has the potential to pick the first receiver, might bite on his high ceiling, using different words here?
Yeah. So here's my question.
Knowing that they're not in win now, they're not going to be competitive. They don't need to rush this guy to be 100% healthy, but they're going to bite on what they feel like is the upside for him, just because of where their team's at. Like they don't need this guy to go out there week one and ball out,
So that makes a lot of sense to me, but I was never really factoring in the ACL injury into my analysis anyway. It's like, okay, he's slow to start the first half of the season, like misses training camp. That's not
they traded up.
No way.
Traded up.
Yeah. No, what?
No, it's Ice Cube.
No, Ice Cube's not going to be announcing the pick. It'll be the commissioner for the first round, I think. The thing about Jameson Williams that does concern me though, and it's the only thing that
folks at home, you're not missing anything. This is trash. Go on, Wes. Sorry.
The only thing that I found from doing all that research on the ACL injuries is that if you tear your ACL in the same knee, you're done. So that is the risk with Jameson Williams. If he tears that knee again, have you seen the play where he tears his knee?
No.
Okay, so what he does, he catches the ball, and when he catches it, he sees a safety coming, and so he steps. So he's got that world-class speed. He's not a cut guy. He doesn't cut. He runs a straight line, never cuts. He catches the ball, and he sees a safety. Now, he's not scared, but he sees a safety coming, so he steps over to try to – he would have just cut right away from him, ran in for a touchdown. It wouldn't have been touched. But when he stepped over, his knee just buckled because he doesn't keep going so fast. He can't be making those cuts. And so that's the concern that I have is if he tries to do something like that again. I don't think it was something he thought about. I thought it was more instinctual. But that's the one concern. If he tears that knee up again, he's done. He's not going to be a first-round guy anymore in the league. He's not going to have 4.2 speed anymore.
Right. So the Jaguars are on the clock. They have 9 minutes left. Just to clarify, you guys aren't missing anything.
Okay.
My question I was going to ask you, Wes, is, okay, throw out the ACL. Pretend the ACL injury never happened. If you're Atlanta, who are you taking? And who do you think fits your offense best? Is it Jameson Williams with his speed to pin the safeties back and have Kyle Pitts work over the middle of the field like Darren Waller in Las Vegas when they had Henry Ruggs? Or would it be, a Drake London, who to me is kind of similar to Kyle Pitts in a lot of ways, just big-bodied possession receiver. I think Kyle Pitts, honestly, I have Drake London as my wide receiver one. I think Kyle Pitts might be a better outside wide receiver than Drake London. You can tell me if that's stupid or not. Or is it Garrett Wilson, who's getting Stephon Diggs comps? So if you're Atlanta, who would you take as the first wide receiver?
Yeah, Garrett Wilson all the way. I don't think he's a 4.3 guy. He did run a 4.3, but I think he's more, like I said, 4.4s. But he's a change of direction guy. I think he can work. And we saw him work inside. We saw him work outside. And then they say they get Calvin Ridley back at the end of the year. I mean, that's. That right there is just a lethal trio right there. But I don't think you're going to add Drake London because it would be a very similar combination, just kind of adding the same flavor. And then with Jameson Williams, it's possible that I think that's somebody they could think about, because Calvin Ridley, he's more of a 4.5 guy. He's not a burner, but he's a guy that obviously he beats you with his routes. He stems and stacks. He knows how to get past the cornerback, how to turn the cornerback's hips the wrong way. And so Ridley really doesn't, he doesn't need that speed to get open. It both would make sense, I think, with Jameson Williams or Garrett Wilson. But personally, I'd go Garrett Wilson.
I've heard they like it. I've heard it's between Wilson and Drake for them, with like a maybe very slight lean to Drake. But
I'm surprised you're not reading what the sources are saying about Drake London now that he's dropping that because
is he dropping?
Because he didn't test, he didn't show anything with his ankle. So he did run through drills though. I thought that should be good enough. I mean, the scouts these days they've got to have numbers in front of them, or it's like it didn't happen. And I think that's stupid. I mean, you've got the footage. Just watch it over and over. You can compare it to the other players. I think it's foolish, but then again, all this stuff could be just media. That and that's the
smoke screens.
Yeah, it makes me sick. Is when media try to get involved with what and they try to throw out these things as if NFL teams are saying it. It's not the same thing. That's why I get so tired of this stuff, of these reports saying this and these reports saying that. It's maddening. That's why I don't do leagues where you draft before the NFL draft, because I don't want to follow all this crap. I hate them. I hate that.
That's my favorite.
That's my least favorite. I turn down anybody that asks me to play in a league like that. And the same with like player props or draft props. I don't touch draft props because that you just have to. You go crazy. It's like I was telling you, my buddy David Holden. He was flipping out trying to figure out if this guy knew what he was talking about. And I was like, I really don't care. I don't know why you're coming in with this.
We'll get all the answers in a few days. Calm down.
Yeah, it's the draft is tonight, buddy.
Yeah. So, I mean, folks at home who are watching the NFL draft, like they're just stammering. That's the same thing for 10 straight minutes. Who are they going to take? Is it going to be Aidan Hutchinson?
Clip after clip.
So hopefully this will be a little bit more fun. And like I said, we'll get Brett in after the Lions make their pick.
No, this is fun. This is fun.
Lions podcast. So here's a direction I think we can go in. I'm going to give you my rankings, Wes, and I feel free to debate it, but just let me list off these names, and as I say it,
let me go grab another beer real quick.
All right. Well, I'll grab a beer.
The green
pick is in.
there.
The pick is supposedly in. So let's check Twitter. Let's see if there's anyone tipping this pick.
Okay, go ahead.
The pick is in, Wes, which means it's another 4 minutes for them to announce.
Yeah, it's going to be 4 minutes. So
they're going to drag out Maurice Jones-Drew to.
No, I think they do that in the after in day 2. I don't think they're going to do that in day 1, right?
Yep. So the pick is tipped. My Sports Update says they're taking Travon Walker.
Yeah.
Wow. So
it's be one or the other.
He was the combine standout, which is always a red flag for me, where you're kind of double counting athleticism. The guy was not consensus top 10 before that.
I love athleticism, but if there's a guy that's got the athleticism and he's already shown, the production as well, that's the guy I want. There's no drop off from Walker to Hutchinson in athleticism.
4.51 40, 37 stops in 2021 for the national championship team.
No, I like him. Don't get me wrong. We're splitting hairs, but
I'm not debating. I'm just spitting out the 40, which a lot of people liked.
Greg Cassell's comp for Travon Walker was 4th round draft pick Zadarius Smith. A lot of upside, which he noted in his article. But I mean, there's some concerns too, right? Was he an every down player for Georgia? Is that correct? Or
honestly, I don't think that really matters. I think that at edge rusher, I think he's got the potential there. But I mean, I'm what I'm saying is not that would he be an every down player for his NFL team. What I'm saying is I don't think it really matters if he was an every down rusher for Georgia, because we're looking at one of the greatest defensive teams ever.
Yeah.
I mean, they had to keep guys happy. So, and that included sitting guys like Travon Walker to get other guys reps. And plus, we're talking about a team that got such big leads that they were taking their guys out. I mean, look at their wide receiver stats, man.
They got, Walker, Jordan Davis, Nakobe Dean, Devontae Wyatt. They got probably 5 guys that can go in the first.
Yeah.
Quay Walker.
Yeah. I mean, we're going to see 5 Georgia players drafted on the defense in the first round, and that's never happened.
They're taking over this draft. I mean,
So I have one bet, and it is Walker 1, Kayvon Thibodeau 2, Derek Stingley 3 plus 700, and that's my only bet, which is live.
Wow,
exciting.
I mean, that's a good. You probably got good odds on that, though.
Yeah, plus 700. And again, so he's limited in some ways. Career best 6 sacks last year. This is the fewest amount of sacks of any edge rusher to go top 3 in like 10 years, maybe 15 years. I forget the actual stat, but that's something of a red flag. A lot of people talked about.
You know who had – go look what Joey Bosa did. I believe it was his last year. He didn't have very many sacks either.
Yeah, I mean, how many did Aidan Hutchinson have, or Kayvon?
He had double digit.
He had 14.
Yeah, Joey Bosa 5 sacks. Wow, in his final season, but he did have 13.5 the year before that.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying sacks. We shouldn't use sacks to determine a player's effectiveness.
Oh, of course.
I'm going Hutchinson hands down.
I think they made the pick.
Choice here.
Because that's the thing is Travon Walker gets hyped up for his athleticism. But I mean, Aidan Hutchinson had the production profile plus insane athleticism, the 5th best weight adjusted 3-cone, 6th best weight adjusted agility score. The only edge rusher to rank above him was JJ Watt, who has the best weight adjusted 3-cone since 2008.
I think it's a big mistake from Jacksonville. I like, and I said, hey, when you asked me who my first three would be, I said Walker 2, but that's because Hutchinson's off the board. I'm not going. It was a big mistake. It was a big mistake here, and I did see something. I try to skip over this stuff. I did see something where there was like some hostility in the Jacksonville front office between the owner,
I saw that
GM or something.
Who leaks that out though? Like who
I don't
leaks
know.
that out? Somebody on the inside.
If it wasn't Jacksonville, I would agree with you. But what's going on there, man? That guy, the Khan, their owner, a lot of stuff gets leaked out of his front office.
Yeah.
So it does give it a little credence, a little credibility there. But who cares? Who cares?
So the pick is in.
Go. Oh, Detroit.
The Lions have taken Aidan Hutchinson. They must be, and they rushed that pick in. They took maybe 3 seconds to get that pick in.
Smash
and they must be besides themselves that this player who was once the unanimous 101 and the 101 was the unanimous 109. So they must be really happy with this pick.
They're pimping right now.
I think this guy is totally what Dan Campbell wants out of everything he said since he came in. Lance Zerline said he's a legendary weight room grinder, and I mean, second in the Heisman this year.
Brett's gonna love that too.
Yeah. I think
this.
Well,
he was saying he was saying it was Thibodeau all off season. So he owes me some money.
But
yeah, that's okay.
Well,
I mean, that's who it should be. They made the right pick. Good for them.
I like Thibodeau. I like Thibodeau just like I like Walker. You know what I mean? I think Thibodeau should go right here. I don't think there should be another player picked outside of edge rusher. It doesn't make any sense to me. Not when you have those 3 types. I mean, okay, Derek Stingley, I like him a lot, but I think I think I would go Thibodeau, number 3 here.
He gets a lot of, I don't know if it's accurate or not, a lot of Clowney comps.
But when you can
coming out,
disrupt the pocket off the edge, I mean, it's just you can't put a dollar value on it, and that's why Clowney keeps signing these big 1-year contracts, because everybody needs a Jadeveon Clowney to come in and clean up the hole that's sitting there at the edge. I mean, it's just such a valuable spot on the football field. If you can't have a player that can get around, that can turn the edge, and I mean, your defense is hurting.
So Stingley is supposed to be the pick at 3, or maybe they hope he falls to them at 10. But that's what everyone said. That's what quote unquote sources have said to me. Seems like a guy who fits the GM's preference, blah, blah, blah. But I think the fantasy eligible players are a little bit more interesting, and we have some time. So I'm going to read through my rankings. Wes, I want you to tell me, just say too high or too low in comparison to your own. We'll start with tight end. I have Trey McBride 1, Greg Dulcich 2, and then your guy, Charlie Kolar 3.
All right.
I believe you have tight end 1.
Yeah.
Then Jelani Woods 4, Isaiah Likely 5, Jeremy Ruckert 6, Daniel Bellinger 7, Cade Otton 8, Chig Okonkwo 9, James Mitchell.
I'm not going to be able to remember all this.
That's fine. Anyone really stand out?
Yeah, well, so here's the thing. Greg Dulcich is, he's a little limited. He's not okay. So just to get it out of the way, I actually had McBride number 1, and then I dropped him. During his entire career at Colorado State, he caught 3 balls inside the 20 his entire career. It's not. I'm not saying that can't be corrected, but I was really close on the 2 of them, and that was one of the reasons that I eventually switched Kolar back over. He's just the only covers that he struggled against was cover 6. Tight ends don't usually play against a cover 6 shell, so I mean it's not really a knock. But for me, it's neck and neck. There's no difference between the 2, but there is some limitations in Greg Dulcich is a former walk-on. He's not a guy that had teams coming after him. The only reason that he got into UCLA is because a coach that he had previously spoken to ended up going to UCLA and becoming the tight ends coach, who ended up helping him turn his athleticism around and go from like a 210-pound guy to 240s. And I like Greg Dulcich, but I'm telling you, there's a lot of risk there with Dulcich. So I think that he's clear a 3 or 4. He's right there with likely for me. Jelani Woods. I mean, how can you not like that guy? I mean, he's got just crazy athleticism.
7 feet tall.
Yeah, and the 6. I'd like to see him actually put on. He's got room to put on more mass. I'd like to see him add a little bit, but because his run blocking, it's bad. He just gets pushed off the spot. So until we see him add a little bit of core mass, he's gonna be somebody that's gonna have to be moved around and keep him. He's not going to be able to be on the field on play action. And that's something that goes, underappreciated. When I'm talking about run blocking, I don't really care how good of a run blocker they are. But what I care about is that they're going to be on the field on plays where they do play action so that they can run those routes. So if they're not run blocking, then that means that when they are on the field, that the other team knows that it's going to be a pass. So that limits what they can do with that player. The only other guy, Okonkwo, I like him a lot, but he's going to be like an H-back type of guy. He's short. He's 6'2". He's not going to be somebody that we're going to see used in a lot of the ways that we love in fantasy. Yeah, he's fast. He's athletic. He had some nice numbers for Maryland. I like him, but we gotta hit the brakes a little bit on him. He's going to be limited. He's going to have to be schemed into the offense. Then there was another guy. Who did you have it after Ruckert?
Bellinger.
Okay, I like Bellinger. Very athletic. But the problem is he is lost against one-on-one coverage. I'm talking. He put up a less than 0.1 fantasy points per route. I'm talking like. So let's go to like. Charlie Kohler put up something like 0.89 or something 2 years ago against man coverage fantasy points per route. I mean, Bellinger's got some serious issues in that stage of his game, but he was pretty good as far as like statistical, but that's why I had him lower in my ranks, is because I'm not really sure what's going on there. I didn't have time to dig into tape on Daniel Bellinger, but he really impressed with his athleticism. But other than that, we're actually really close. I'm surprised you don't have Barry Ferguson's nephew on there, Jake Ferguson. Man, he's beast. He just played for a very bad passing offense.
Wisconsin team.
Oh, their quarterback's so bad. I mean,
I have to interrupt you for 1 second, though, Wes. I'm sorry. I just wanted to announce that the pick is in for the Houston Texans. That's Derek Stingley. As Wes said, potentially a future elite shadow cornerback we may have to watch out for DFS. Only thing I'll add to Charlie, your comments on Charlie Kohler, then I'll get a beer is that the concern I had with his production profile is his numbers were never better than Caleb Wilson's numbers in that UCLA offense with Chip Kelly, who was one of my model's all-time biggest misses. So that was a big –
put up the greatest season for a tight end in UCLA history.
Yeah, and he did nothing at the NFL level, and Devin Asiasi too.
So you're comparing him to a player that played in a different system.
It was the same. It was the same system. It was the Chip Kelly system.
No. You're talking about Kohler?
Am I getting their names mixed up? The UCLA. Oh, Greg Dulcich. I'm sorry. I always get them mixed up. Yeah, my bad. So that was my concern with Greg Dulcich. Now I need to get a beer, but I'm listening to everything you guys are saying.
No, it's okay, man.
So Stingley at 3.
Oh,
Only played 3 games this year. Freshman year, he went off though. He went off. Any concerns with him not, like, I don't know, matching that sort of season after that, or you saw enough then?
Oh, no. We saw it every year. The thing is he went off his freshman year because teams didn't respect him They're just seeing this young kid and they're throwing a lot of balls. That's the thing about cornerback is you can never evaluate a cornerback based on their numbers. Because as the cornerback gets better and better, you see that player, you see that corner targeted less and less. And like if you play a lot of fantasy IDP, it's like you want to go out and you want to get the top corners. You want to go out and get Jalen Ramsey, but his numbers suck. Because nobody throws the ball at him. You want to go out and get the guys that are getting targeted 12 times a game, and those are the guys that give you the numbers.
Do you play still or no?
Oh,
IDP?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I love IDP. I think I started a home league 2 years ago, one back-to-back, and I'm sold. I'm sold.
No, I do. I've been in one actually. It's Mike Clay put it together when he was at PFF, and I've been in it since. And then I think it was this past year. Scott took over for this writer who. I was under the impression he was just tanking year after year to get the top pick. So he ended up getting like the number one pick in the draft. And we do our rookie picks where you pick, first in the first round, and then you get the first pick in the second round. But every year he was getting these picks and he started building up a decent team, but it just wasn't managed. So Scott took over a pretty good orphan there. But I love that one. We have we use punters. That we
Hunters
have
too. Interesting.
It's
crazy.
One punter. But it's
just to add to what Wes was saying about analyzing cornerbacks by their stats. Yeah. So the best stat for wide receivers is far and away yards per route run. And I spent a lot of time at PFF studying their grades and what's predictive. Cornerback was by far the least sticky, least predictive by PFF grades. The best stat for cornerbacks, not yards allowed per route run, targets allowed per route run. And it just intuitively makes sense. They avoid the top cornerbacks. The top cornerbacks are not allowing much separation. So their wide receivers don't get a lot of targets. And then, yards allowed on those, it can be somewhat volatile and not really stable or predictive.
Yeah, I agree. If you're gonna look at the past, say we're gonna evaluate the cornerbacks from last year, completely agree. That's the way you want to do it. But when you're looking at it from a weekly perspective, there's a more variables that you need to consider because there are teams that they're going to target their guy no matter who's covering them. Like we saw with Jamar Chase in the Super Bowl. And which that was a statement game right there. If there ever was one for Jamar Chase, I think he let the world know, excuse me, I just put a Hundun on the top corner in the game.
I'm that dude.
Yeah.
So the Jets pick is supposedly in. They sort of took maybe 9 of their 10 minutes.
I'm surprised they took it. I figured we would hear something about a trade.
That would have been interesting. That was definitely a route for them to explore. Aidan Hutchinson is off the board. Derek Stingley is off the board.
Could be Thibodeau. They need an edge rusher.
I was going to say it could be Thibodeau, could be Evan Neal, could be Ike Ekwonu, who's been linked to them all offseason.
Yeah, supposedly Neal's going to drop. He's got some. He's the only
Injury,
guy.
Right?
He's the only guy with a late medical. So
that was by far Greg Cassell's favorite offensive lineman in this class.
Yeah. I said this during our content call. The one thing that just, I was scratching my head because I wanted to see what Evan Neal was going to do in the combine drills. He was lost. He didn't know what he was doing. The coaches were trying to. They had to actually coach him. They would stop, like, Evan, listen to me. You need to do this, you need to do this, and you need to do this. Now go back to the end of the line. It was crazy. I was not prepared to hear that because I'm
all right, guys.
Pick is in.
There it is.
Sauce Gardner. And so I had this as the pick when we did the fantasy points mock draft. I just thought this was the perfect scheme fit. Obviously, Robert Saleh has historically overachieved despite middling secondary talent, really high-end edge rushers. But he runs this sort of press zone scheme that seems perfect for Sauce Gardner. who has an elite nickname. I would love to see, like, if he becomes an elite shadow cornerback, we could say that wide receiver got sauced when he puts up a 0, something like that. But
an elite zone shadow. But yeah.
Oh, exactly. You're right. You always correct me with that. But elite press cornerback, didn't allow a single touchdown his entire college career.
Yep.
Didn't allow a single play over 20 yards his entire college career. All-time great name, and cornerbacks back-to-back here. Pretty interesting.
I think he's going to be a lot of fun to watch because everybody notes that he's got a little cockiness to him, super,
you want that in a cornerback.
Aggravates guys. Like, that's what you want out of your guy. Just get in somebody's head.
Cornerback. I am anti-wide receiver. Wide receivers are so annoying to me, just like prima donnas, egotistical. But I love an obnoxious cornerback who's an asshole. Deion Sanders, Jalen Ramsey, Aqib Talib. Love me some douchebag cornerbacks. So I love the swagger. You need that swagger. It's there. You don't get a lot of praise. People only notice when you do something wrong, or not always, but wide receivers get their touchdowns. They can get blanked the entire game and have one long touchdown, and it's a win. And you only screwed up once. And so you need that goldfish memory. You need some swagger to you. Try and get inside a guy's head.
I mean, they've got everything riding on Carl Lawson now. See, that's the only problem I have with the pick. But I love Sauce and pairing him up with Bryce Hall. I mean, they were just running the gauntlet with these 6 rounders and UDFAs opposite Bryce Hall. So and it just left Bryce Hall just out to dry. He was on one side of the field. And and then on the other side, they've got these guys that are, they really shouldn't have been in the rotation yet. And this is going to solve all that. So I do like that aspect. But their defense is still going to be a joke without an elite edge rusher. And Carl Lawson coming off of was it an Achilles? I forget what it was. It was either ACL or Achilles. I mean, so the thing that's
going to Achilles, which is especially
So the thing that's going to take the longest is his explosion. He's not going to be the same Carl Lawson for a while, and look at the guys they have at edge rusher. They're not intimidating at all.
No, they Jets gave up the most average total yards per game last season. So this is a good ad, but I think they need to get to the quarterback.
They just need so much, man. You know what I mean?
It's definitely a good ad, but
yeah, that's right.
They needed a first round wide receiver too. So hell, you could make an argument for Okonkwo here or Iggy.
So I just pulled up my analysis on projecting Sauce Gardner to the Jets in our mock draft. He has a massive wingspan. He has pterodactyl arms, wingspan over 73 inches. Last year the Jets were starting sophomore Bryce Hall, round 5, rookie Michael Carter, round 5, rookie Brandon Eccles, UDFA at cornerback last season. They ranked 3rd worst by PFF team pass coverage grade, clearly a position of need. Lance Zierlein's top comp for Gardner was Richard Sherman, who was coached by Saleh as a rookie in Seattle and then, of course, later in San Francisco. So it just made so much sense. Really like this pick for the Jets. And now I'm excited about my boys in blue.
I love that comp. That's like I seriously couldn't do one better because, you're talking about Legion of Boom, cover 3 with really long arms, relative to his body size. And then you've got Sauce coming from a cover 3 at Cincinnati. So that's a great comp. I love Sauce Gardner. Don't take anything I said as not being all in on him. I love him to death. He's good, but there's just so many needs on the Jets. It's hard to get excited about any one pick.
Yeah.
I'm hoping it's Thibodeau. That's who I'm hoping for here. Apparently Brett is in the waiting room trying to join. So Ben, if you can hear me, please let him in. I'll put it in the chat. I also just noticed there's the private chat section and then there's a comment section. So it looks like we've been getting some nice comments. Quentin is also rooting for Thibodeau. The pick is in, or maybe it is Thibodeau. Let's see.
I'm shocked that he's not been picked yet.
He was the unanimous 101. I went back and read the Athletic piece on him, and it's just like, I don't know how you don't fall in love with this guy. He's just such an absolute freak.
Oh, he's so toolsy.
Double teams in Oregon all day, every day.
He didn't play against Ohio State. I was very disappointed that he sat that one out, but didn't matter.
Yeah.
But I wanted to see him. I wanted to see him go up against the Ohio State offensive line. It was such
confirmed.
It was a
Thibodeau to the Giants.
Oh yeah,
love it.
No brainer.
Love it.
Dude, the sleeper app is on top of it. That's where I'm getting the note like a minute or two before the stream
Who's
hits.
this guy? Who's making the pick for the Giants?
He's a Make-A-Wish, something with a Make-A-Wish Foundation. I thought I saw earlier.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So the Panthers. Could we see
Malik
quarterback? All the Malik Willis to the Lions at 2. That was just laughable. It didn't make any sense at all. Why would the Lions? Why would they not go into this season and want to come away with the number 1 pick so they could go out and get Bryce Young or C.J. Stroud, whoever they like, or Jackson Smith and Jigba, right?
Kayvon in New York is a good fit. Personality.
Are we going to see any trades? That's a big question because last year we had a list of them.
Who is that? Who just said that? Oh, Brett, what's up, man?
What's up, fellas? My
two
besties, Scott and Wes. What's going on? Nick, nice to meet you.
Nice
to meet you, man. To hear your take on Hutchinson, man. I mean, it's awesome.
Yeah.
Are you excited or what?
Yeah, I'm very excited. I mean, he's a top player on my board, so anytime the hometown team can land the top player on my board, it's the first time it's ever happened in my lifetime or since I've been in the football business. So anytime that's a thing, yeah, I'm absolutely thrilled. So, yes.
Yeah, I was just saying, I thought the Malik Willis to the Lions, it was just a joke. I mean, why would you not just go into the season with what you have so that you could come out of it and get a Bryce Young or CJ Stroud or whichever one you choose with, in a real quarterback class.
I mean,
I was in a dynasty league where we knew the person drafting at 101 had Kenneth Walker above Breece Hall, and he tweeted out and I'm going to do that in the drafts where I'm the 101. So it created this interesting sort of bidding war where the 102 ended up selling for either exactly what the 101 is worth, or maybe even a little bit more of that once once we all became aware of that, the bidding war started. And I wonder if that's sort of what happened with the Detroit Lions, where it's like, oh my God, the dumbest GM in football is picking right in front of us at the 101. We might land the gold star, blue chip prospect in Aidan Hutchinson. You must be so pumped, Brett.
Yeah, I'm pumped for sure. I am a big Malik Willis fan, though. So addressing what Wes said, I do agree. The plan all along has been for the Lions to draft a quarterback in 2023. Mm-hmm. My contention where I think Malik Willis starts to make a little bit of sense was the team. We saw a massive progressions down the stretch last season. There's already three other teams that have 2 first-round picks next year, 2 of which you can make a really good argument they're going to finish with a worse record than Detroit. And we already have seen what happens when another year progresses. Like this year, Sam Howell's 2020 tape should have net him a first overall pick this year, but he had a really mediocre 2021 season. Put some bad tape in the air, and he falls out of favor. You can see that happen though. And so my contention the whole time was I'm not convinced the Lions would have a shot at one of those quarterbacks next year, especially Stroud. I think Stroud's the cream of the crop. I know he struggled in some big games, but the things he can do is different than anybody else in the class.
It wasn't that he struggled in big games. It was that he was a different quarterback in the first half of the year, and then he became what he was in the second half. And then here's my other concern with him. I love CJ Stroud. I think he's right there. Don't get me wrong. But the other concern I have is that his explosion coincided with Jackson Smith and Jigba just going off.
Yeah, sure.
And I was telling the guys, I mean, I think it's going to be, and I hate to say it because I'm, obviously I like Ohio State, but I never let that influence, what I'm trying to tout, right? But for me, Jackson Smith and Jigba could be right there with those two at the top of the draft, and he's going to make some teams think about, possibly, going at number 1 overall. I mean, it's he's just on another level. But I like both. I think they're the best of, we haven't seen the best of Bryce Hall yet. I think there were some limitations with the offense last year, and with the wide receiver unit. I'm not saying they weren't good. I'm just saying that they didn't have a wide receiver that could really beat man coverage last year. There were no one-on-one. They were both speed guys, so that and they were both good at attacking zone, really good at attacking zone. But they didn't have one of those players that could like they did the year before with Devontae Smith, where I mean you couldn't man up on it. He was just unbelievable against man coverage. So I think that kind of limited Bryce Hall's numbers, but I love both quarterbacks.
Yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to lay out the case of why I don't think the Lions will necessarily get a shot at a quarterback next year. They do have plenty of draft capital, so there's a chance they can move around themselves.
I don't think they would have a shot at the first pick.
I don't. No, I don't. The progression we saw that team make towards the end of the year last year, plus, what they've done this offseason or haven't done, rather. I mean, they haven't really made any huge mistakes, and I think they've added a couple of good football players. So I think they're going to get better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no doubt. Sharp.
They're returning every starter from last season. I know it's a 3-win team. Everyone's like, that's not good. But the continuity you're going to get out of that in the second year in the system.
Yeah,
second year
I said it last
coaching.
year. The offensive line is like not what you would expect for a bottom team. I mean, they're. Right. I was saying last year that if they do go out and get a quarterback in the next year or two, the quarterback's going to come in with a killer offensive line.
Exactly.
All right, so pick is in. It's Ike Ekwonu to the Panthers at 106.
I'm proud of.
Also, the chat is hilarious, by the way. Shout out to the chat. I don't know how to make comments, but I see your comments, and you guys are hilarious. Yes, I am super pumped about Thibodeau. Ekwonu, offensive lineman 1. Is that how you would have it in your rankings, Brett? I know you published those earlier today.
Yeah, he's the 5th overall player on my board. Wow. So far, the
you had him above Neal?
I did, yes.
I did as well.
So far, the chalk is played out. Other than Walker, I have Hutchinson, Thibodeau, Gardner, Stingley, Ekwonu, and those have been straight down the line.
Where did you have Walker, Brett? Please tell me like 18.
25th overall.
Yes. Oh, Jags are gonna jag.
You love to see it. Bulky's gonna bulky's the better.
Yeah, exactly. Ran the 49ers into the ground, hired Urban Meyer, ran a worse placed team even heavier into the dirt.
How long was Walker getting the hype to be the number 1? Because I feel like that came out of nowhere. Like over the last 2 weeks.
Combine, right?
Yeah, I've been hearing it since the combine, like, in like behind the scenes circles. I placed a bet the second it was available because of his combine.
Yeah.
I knew Bulky would bulky, so I actually just cashed out. I think I had him 75-1. I think it was the highest he was going for, and I had that. I also cashed Stingley at 3rd overall, and now Icky at 6th overall. So I'm doing very well tonight. Yeah, the Walker thing's hilarious, though. I mean, I've talked to a lot of people this week who have asked me, like, do you really think Bulky would take him just to spite Jim Harbaugh and not take Harbaugh's guy? And people think it's a joke, but Bulky is Trent Bulky for a reason. Like, he has that reputation. I
mean, Jacksonville fans literally dressed up as clowns in an attempted coup and a boycott for how atrocious he's been. And are you surprised? No, the Jaguars are gonna jag. Bulky's gonna bulky.
Yep. Love it.
I'm on a serious delay. I was told it was Icky 7 minutes ago.
My stream's the same.
Announced it. Yeah, okay.
They just announced it on my TV. So
Yeah, I think. So I keep getting these alerts like minutes before this even. So you guys mentioned with Malik Willis, people thinking he might have went to the Lions at 2, them obviously not taking him. No chance for you guys that they go with a quarterback at 32.
I wouldn't say no chance.
Yeah.
They've done their homework on most of the guys. I think, if maybe Howell's there, they'd have to take a strong look at that. I know they love Malik Willis too. Trade backs and trade ups are really hard to predict. So I'm not saying a trade will happen, but if Malik hangs out long enough, I could see them trying to get aggressive. Brad Holmes has talked over and over and over about how he's one of the few GMs in the league that are just willing to go get his guy. He talked about last year how he was this close to pulling the trigger for Jamar Chase. I don't think he's scared to do something like that. So I do think their pecking order is Willis, then probably Howell as like a distant second guy. Mm-hmm. So I think it's possible, but I don't know. Like Wes said, the plan all along has been 2023 to add that quarterback to the mix. So
makes sense.
Brett, who do you think the Giants should take here with this next pick? I'm rooting heavy for Evan Neal. If they got Kayvon Thibodeau and Evan Neal, who 4 weeks ago were the 101 and 103 in this class, I would be beside myself. It'd be like the first time I'm actually super excited about my Giants in like 7 years.
Yeah, Neal or Charles Cross would both be great picks here.
Yeah. I have Cross ahead of Neal.
I do too, by like a smidge, but I do.
And that's not based on the injury, or that's with the injury factored in?
Based on pass protection. For me.
Wow. Okay.
For me,
I don't know enough to evaluate offensive linemen, but
for me, it was watching him at the combine. I mean, he was lost. He didn't even know how to run through the offensive lineman drills. And
you're not wrong about that.
They kept sending him back to the end of the line because he didn't know what he was doing.
Pick is in, by the way.
Yeah, I just got the alert.
Who is it?
Yeah, tell us, Brett, because we're all behind.
It's Evan Neal.
Okay. Yes. Yeah,
I have John Costco sitting next to me. He gets the picks like 30 minutes early for each guy. So,
wait, how does he get them early?
I don't know. I've never
asked.
What's
up, Costco?
Well, it's a sleeper app.
Dale said, "What's up?"
How does he get? Yeah, how does he know all the answers?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. It's crazy. He's been tipping the PFF team for years.
Yeah,
like their live show. He's the
I'm
one who tips them.
I follow his Twitter account. He's always first. All right. Well, I have to tweet some stuff out because these are my Giants. But now we're in fantasy flex eligible range. Yeah.
What's exciting about your Giants, though, Scott? Like anytime a new regime comes in, usually the first thing they do is address the trenches, and that's holding true with the Giants here. And they just slam dunks, honestly. I mean,
hog mollies.
Yeah, hog mollies.
Oh, man, it's so nice not to have Dave Gettleman as your GM anymore.
Right, because you guys would have taken Jordan Davis at 5.
All right, I'm sending some tweets, so you guys carry the show for 5 minutes.
All right, so what's our calls here for the Falcons? I think consensus has said wide receiver.
It's got to be Garrett Wilson.
Maybe they go and want to pull the advertisements for the new age like Michael Vick or something and go QB, but I think it's receiver.
No way. They're not going QB.
I don't think so at all.
I say Wilson or London. I mocked them London twice, but I've heard that they really, really like Garrett Wilson. So,
I mean, and we're not looking at a team that needs to that they know they're not doing anything this year. So I mean, for me, it's between Garrett Wilson or Jameson Williams.
Yeah,
I would love Jameson there too.
Go with
even though I have Olave and London ahead of Williams, I don't really love London on Atlanta. I think that's just you're doubling down on a just another bigger possession guy. I love Drake London. Don't get me wrong, but I think they need a guy that can he can bring speed to the team. That's something that they don't even have when they have Carson. I mean, when they have Calvin Ridley, he doesn't have the blazing speed. So with Wilson, they're getting the blazing speed plus the the guy that can break tackles. I think he just makes too much sense here.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think London potentially creates some spacing issues if they really want to feed Pitts the rock 150 times a season. So I don't think London's the best fit for them. I just have heard decent source as well that's a guy that they really like. But like I said, I do know that they really like Wilson as well. So
Depth chart right now is Zacchaeus, Demir Bird, Auden Tate.
I like Auden. I hate that he's being thrown into, just it's almost a reputation killer that, he's part of that running joke. I actually like Auden Tate. I think he was a good pickup for him. For wide receiver needy team.
Is he the best out of those three in your opinion?
No question. For me, he is.
Yeah.
They got him dirt cheap too, which is crazy.
Yeah. I always liked him. Before they added Chase, I always wanted to see them run those three out there. But obviously he was worthless to that team. So it was good for him. I think it's good for the Falcons. I think it's an underrated move. And that's the other thing is say they add London here, then you're going to be starting London next to Auden Tate and Kyle Pitts. I mean, 3
big dudes.
Yeah,
you have to wonder if they'd put London in the slot, which is something Scott's been talking about for a while.
He can definitely
slot.
play there. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, so Greg Cassell says this is a big slot wide receiver to him. You really hope he could be Colston when he was with Drew Brees and the Saints, Marquez Colston, something like that, possession, big slot. But I mean, he was really down on Drake London, and I think he could do a lot more than that. But if that's the case, then taking him top 15 is really weird to me. It's really bizarre. So like when running backs don't matter, that whole thing was trending. I had a similar thread. Slot wide receivers don't matter. Like obviously I disagree, but it's just the sense that it has become a devalued position. And like, look right now, Jarvis Landry is free. Cole Beasley's free. You could have Mike Gesicki for a round 3, round 4 pick because him plus Waddle plus Tyreek Hill, that's 3 slot wide receivers, and there's redundancy there. So it just seems weird to me. But I think the team that drafts him will think, okay, Wes.
Huh?
Yeah, what are you saying, Wes?
Oh no, I'm saying it's not devalued. It's that there are there's a lot more really good slot guys than there are really good outside guys. I think it says a lot that you say, because I don't read Greg Cassell's stuff, but it says a lot that he's down on Drake London, because if he's looking at him like he's just a slot guy, then I understand why he's down on him, but I don't see that. He played last year, his big year. He played it on the outside. And he was so dynamic. He doesn't need speed to create offense. This guy, he's put the ball in my hands and I'm going to break tackles. I mean, this guy is that there's so few of those in this draft.
And at his size,
I was blown away. Like I watched him last year, but I didn't watch his tape from this year until I evaluated him. I was blown away. Loved him. So I think he would fit with any team, right? I'm not saying he's not a good fit for Atlanta. It's just that I think that they wouldn't be able to do as many things with him than they would with like a Garrett Wilson. So I mean, I think that would be the way to go. And then, like I said, Jameson Williams, somebody with speed, I think is what they need.
Whoa, guys!
Speed element.
I was gonna say, keep talking.
In, baby. Wide receiver 1 goes wide receiver 1.
Yep.
Drake London.
Wow.
Let's go. So I love Drake London. Brett loves Drake London. Wes loves Drake London.
I'm a big Drake London
guy.
What
I had to write on him. Here's my question: is how does he fit with Kyle Pitts? Is that sort of some redundancy with 2, big possession guys, or like what? Wouldn't it make more sense to draft Jameson Williams for his speed to pin the safeties back so Pitts can work underneath? And it was also weird because Pitts was used like 40% of the time as an outside wide receiver. So like, what are your thoughts on that fit? I'm going to fire some tweets off.
Yeah, and I've addressed it 100 times already. So go ahead, you guys.
What about you, Brett?
Yeah, I mean, I think Wes did a great job of breaking it down. I mean, you can play Pitts and London on the opposite sides of the field. I also don't want people to think that London is just a short, portion of the field receiver. He's definitely a viable deep threat. He's not a burner. He's not going to crush a guy's feet like Jameson will.
Back shoulders, baby.
Back shoulders, and especially down in the red area, he creates a lot of mismatch opportunities for Pitts because you have to pay attention to Drake London. So, I
love this for Marcus Mariota is what I love
for sure. Yeah, I mean, low accuracy QB kind of giving him a really enormous catch radius is one way of doing it. Pure separation is another way of doing it, but I like the fit for that reason too.
Who do you think Seattle goes with?
It's actually it's not good for Cordarrelle Patterson. He's not going to be getting all those targets now.
Yeah.
I mean, they might take a running back round too. I think that's how.
Yeah, I don't think this goes well for Cordarrelle's game. He was awful as a running back. I mean, awful. He was a tween. He's always been like that tweener guy, Maybe they use him as kickoff returner more this year. I don't know.
His usage kind of dropped too, didn't it?
I mean, he was bad.
Like his usage went down as the season went on. I don't know if he was banged up or what his case was, but it was a big difference.
I mean, please, let's not waste time talking about Cordarrelle Patterson.
No. What I'm saying is that I think it signals a shift in the offense.
That's my concern with Drake London is like, okay, he has the draft capital. This is my wide receiver 1. He went wide receiver 1. He's going to rank wide receiver 1. But I mean, that was like a garbage dumpster fire offense last year.
I don't think that's necessarily the case. Just because you're the first wide receiver off the board doesn't mean you're the first wide receiver that will.
I know, but he was my wide receiver 1, so I'm not changing that.
Yeah. No. That was a good call, but we're fantasy guys. We're not trying to predict where guys are going. We're trying to predict who's going to be the better fantasy guys.
From a fantasy standpoint,
it's not as good as Green Bay, right? Or
I don't know.
That's what I mean. Landing spot is key for us.
But draft capital matters more to me than landing spot.
But listen, immediate target share though.
No,
there's not a team he could go to that he was not going where he'd get a bigger immediate target share than the Falcons.
That's a good point.
That is a good point. And
they'll have Calvin Ridley back in a year.
But here's the thing.
Exciting.
You could have said the same exact thing about Devontae Smith last year. He went to the place where he was going to get the most targets. That didn't make him the wide receiver 1 of the rookie class.
What about for Pitts? What about for people that went all in on getting Pitts this offseason and, people were concerned that he was going to get double and triple teamed? Is this good for Pitts? Would it have been better if it was somebody else for Pitts specifically?
Seattle takes Charles Cross per John Costco.
This is the per John Costco. This is the chalkiest draft ever.
NFL Insider Costco, yeah.
So far, this board has been like straight chalk, at least by my rankings. To answer your question, Nick. So I think London both helps Pitts and hurts him a little bit. I think between the 20s, there could be some spacing issues depending on, formation, alignment, stuff like that. I do think in the red area, London is so good, you're going to have to commit 2 bodies to him probably. And that's going to give Pitts a lot of mismatch opportunities.
I don't think it hurts him. I think that it eliminates the defense's ability to double Kyle Pitts, which is what they did. They didn't put straight doubles on him all year, but they always shaded guys to essentially double him, and they're not going to be able to do that anymore. And I think this is key for Kyle Pitts.
Yeah, any talented receiver there, no matter play style, is going to help Kyle Pitts in the long run. So
yeah.
I am firing some tweets off, boys. I'm going wild.
Is this from your account?
Do we need to rehash the contested catch thing, Brett? Just because I went crazy with those numbers. I used my wide receiver 1, but you have to list the red flags. And then you broke down the film and you said the numbers were just wrong, which makes, the counter argument a lot easier.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say I proved the numbers were wrong. I just recharted all of his targets and actually applied context to, each catch point. And so I think what we find is that Drake London's contested target share is actually right on par with, I haven't released the full study yet, but spoiler alert, it's right on par or better with most of the elite receivers in this class. Actually hit a lower contested target share than Olave and Wilson, which is surprising to me because those guys are known as separators or zone beaters and guys who just get open. So I do think there's the myth going around that London is this contested catch only guy, and I just don't think that's the case. I think
he was a really good route runner. That was one of the things that just shot off the tape to me was how well he uses his routes to get open, and I love seeing that. And he does have some slight tells with his release off the line, but his route running, man, it was just as good as Wilson and Olave, and to see that from a guy at 6'5", you just don't see that stuff.
Correct. And no one ever looks like at receivers and like the archetype they're going to play in the NFL. For London's archetype, and I've said this to you a bunch of times, Scott, for London's archetype of receiver, which is that big body, true X, big slot, alpha type guy you're going to pump targets to, he is a good separator for that archetype. He's not, like I said before, he's not going to compete with Jameson Williams or Chris Olave as far as separation goes, but it doesn't matter because that's not what he's really, really good at. Mm-mm. But for his archetype, in that, Mike Williams, T. Higgins mold, he's a very good separator.
I think the comp I came away with was Michael Thomas for Drake London.
Thomas. I saw a lot of Mike Evans. What do you feel about that?
Yeah, just doesn't have that kind of speed.
Yeah, Evans is a little more explosive. But I had like a weird combo of like.
I thought about that though, but I didn't. Yeah, I thought otherwise.
I see Mike Evans' qualities in his game, and I see some T. Higgins in there, some Michael Thomas in there. He's kind of like a blend of all those guys.
You can tell that Drake London has played his career bullying defensive players. Yeah. When he gets hit, takes a hard hit, he loves it, man. It fires him up. It fuels him. And man, it was just crazy. What did he play in 9 games and had 88 receptions or something?
Yep.
This guy is just get me the freaking ball and bring the contact. I want you to hit me. I love his game. I love Drake London.
Brett and I watched Treylon Burks and Drake London back to back, and I said it was like watching Geely 2 and Godfather 2 back to back. His tape is so nice. I wanted him to land in New York with the Jets just because, I'm still a big Zach Wilson truther, much to Wes Huber's chagrin.
No. You got to. You've already committed. I know. I would so call you out if you bailed at this point.
But so his improvisational ability, which all the USC receivers have, I think works perfectly with Zach Wilson's skill set. Improv, quick second reaction ability, evading pressure, launching it deep, and obviously his ball skills, his work as a deep threat. But
skills. I'm gonna call you out there. I don't know what the deal is, but he dropped way too many passes last year. Drake London, yeah, man.
Really?
He dropped a lot of passes, easy passes, and I don't think he was losing. I don't think he was turning his head. He was doing it. It was. I'm not saying his drop rate was. I don't know. That was the only reason I didn't come away with a higher grade on ball skills. It's he was.
So that's one of those things you and I are always going to disagree on, Wes. Just because
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm
I know.
I love. He plucks the ball out of the air. He's not one of these guys. I hate those guys. But I'm just saying that it was just kind of come on, man, why are you dropping these passes? George Pickens dropped 2 passes his whole career. I'm not saying that George Pickens is Drake London level. I'm just saying I just came with a little lower grade on ball skills. That's all. I'm sorry, I interrupted.
So again, just a philosophical disagreement. The numbers say that's really correctable.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Also, the type of drops, I didn't see a lot of drops downfield, Wes. I saw most of them short, intermediate, middle of the field.
I found a tweet from January said Drake London never dropped a 20+ yard pass at USC.
There you go.
So it must have been short routes.
Yeah. And he turned 50-50 balls into 70-30 balls. So when I say ball skills. I mean, like that's never been done before in the history of PFF college. Like that's pretty sick.
I will say this about his drops. I know there was one, and it just plays right into what you both just said about the drops being on shorter stuff. He had a ball go right through his hands, up in the air, landed in the cornerback's arms. He took it for 6. It was like the first game of the year, second game of the year. It was just more frustrating for me. I'm like, I loved everything I saw, except I was just seeing it was like dropping just stupid drops. Like, didn't make any sense. Like, he's actually looking at the ball and he dropped it. Like, what the heck? I'm not saying it's not long term. We've seen guys excel in the NFL that didn't fix their drop problems. They just kept dropping the ball, but they kept getting so many targets that they were still good. It doesn't matter. It doesn't.
I got the Jets pick.
Yeah, I see that too now.
Garrett Wilson?
Yes.
Ooh.
Garrett Wilson.
Damn. Who's the wide receiver 1 moving forward?
What
Elijah
the heck?
Wilson?
We got Atlanta adding another Kyle Pitts type, and we got the Jets adding another Elijah Moore type.
Right. I wanted to mock that in the reverse just because, that made more sense to me.
Yeah,
different skill sets.
Exactly. Flip that around, and that's exactly what I would have said. Yeah, I don't get that, man. It's just, maybe you're right though, Scott. Maybe they wanted Drake London there, but they got Garrett Wilson.
Yeah, this is the first pick that really surprised me. I hadn't heard much Wilson to Jets buzz.
I don't think there was. I think it was a situation where they wanted London. It just made too much sense.
I think it's a good pick, though. I mean, he's number 12 on my board. They get him at number 10.
Well, because, they're using Elijah Moore on the outside. He's not playing in the slot. They can put Garrett Wilson in the slot, and they're not going to miss a beat. I mean, who doesn't want speed? So,
right.
So what's interesting
I'll tell you this,
to me?
Guess what? Garrett Wilson, top cover 1 wide receiver in this class, not even close.
That's huge.
And who was the worst quarterback in the NFL last year against cover 1? And it wasn't even close. Is Zach Wilson?
Yeah. So anyway, I think a question is raised is like, are the Jets saying they would rather have Wilson over Debo straight up, or perhaps there was a case where San Francisco was hoping someone else was there and then we pulled back the trade because there were heavy rumors about the Jets dealing this pick for Debo Samuel. Any thoughts on that? I mean, you're going to have to pay Debo a lofty salary as well. He probably doesn't want to take those running back touches anymore.
Well, how much more do you think they're asking with this pick?
What do you think?
No, I thought it was 10 for Debo straight up.
Just straight up.
Yeah,
or
I'm not an
maybe
insider
San Francisco
guy.
adds a little piece
you can
back.
talk to Brett about that, but I don't think Debo's going anywhere.
I don't know. I've heard some weird things.
I'm sorry, man. I think they're going to force his hand, make him play.
I did see it. I saw a TikTok. He was in the club. They had a sign saying "Keep Debo here," and he did that. So I don't know.
I've been hearing rumors about this for a while, and one person told me Debo said Trey Lance is not it. He is not the guy, and it's weird because San Francisco saying
really
we'll give
that?
him whatever he wants. We'll pay him whatever he wants. He doesn't want to do running back touches anymore. He doesn't have to, and he still wants to go. So I don't know what that's about, but it's weird.
Did he really say that though, or was it?
This is stupid sources stuff. So who knows if it's true or not? But it's just what I'm relaying. I wouldn't tweet this out, but it's what I heard.
They had Mohamed Sanu and George Kittle going on and on about how Trey Lance is the next Josh Allen. I don't buy it at all.
That's tough to do. Brett was not a fan.
He is. No. I'm not saying but when Josh Allen came into the league, he wasn't Josh Allen. I think Trey Lance has he's got a really strong arm. I mean, he doesn't throw the ball. I think they clocked Josh Allen at 63, 64 miles an hour. He's got the fastest ball velocity in combine recorded history. I don't think that Trey Lance has got that strong of an arm, but at the same time, he's got a very strong arm. But when Josh Allen came into the league, he didn't have that intermediate accuracy that he has now.
No,
That's something-
obviously.
First trade.
Who is it?
Oh man, I was about to say.
Washington's trading their pick
Wow.
Time.
Huh.
I heard they
I don't know
wanted
if
Chris Olave. That's interesting.
to the Saints.
That's smart.
Who the
Wow.
Saints?
Ooh, are we going to get a quarterback?
We
might
also
get-
have an
we might get
announcement
our
to
first
make. We have
quarterback.
to announce the giveaway winners, but we'll do that.
Or it
after
could
this
be
pick is
Jameson
in.
Williams. Oh, I'm sorry.
We do have the winners. We'll announce that right as soon as this pick is made.
Gee,
Someone asked, what
Garrett
is?
Wilson.
Someone asked, what does this mean for Elijah Moore? I think you could argue it's a good thing. You know,
Oh yeah.
he's not the focal point of the offense. He's not the entirety of the offense. It takes some pressure off of him.
Yeah.
He led all wide receivers in separation rate and open rate on throws 10 plus or more yards down the field. And you have to think, okay, now less defensive attention. Maybe he could do more with it. And again, Wes is going to beat me up for the rest of my life for making some Zach Wilson comps. So I especially Zach Wilson to Patrick Mahomes comps. So like he needs this. I need this. So I'm excited.
Yeah. No. There are a lot of situations in the NFL where you have 3 wide receivers that are going to be fed the ball. You need 2 wide receivers at least to have an effective offense. There's no way this hurts Elijah Moore in any way.
The Saints are burning draft capital, John Costco tweets, and wonders if this is for Malik Willis. And I think that's a really good question. And yes, they've given up a lot
Or
to have
Jameson
these 2
Williams.
picks, and maybe they gave up more.
They might want to pair Jameson Williams with Michael Thomas. Maybe they're getting better medical reports than
Interesting.
than are out there.
I mean, Jameson makes sense philosophically in that offense.
Yeah.
But you can't, like, if this isn't for a quarterback, what are you doing?
Yeah, no, you're right.
Michael Thomas just tweeted out, "Let's run it, Chris Olave." I wonder if that's the pick.
If they traded up for Chris Olave,
I like it.
Out here,
I like it.
Breaking news.
He's my wide receiver.
Wes likes
too.
Chris Olave a lot more than Brett and Brett.
I have Olave as a top 5 receiver in the class. You
Yeah.
I
don't
think it's
trade
for Malik.
17 first-round picks for Chris Olave. I'm sorry.
This has to be for Malik, right?
I don't know. I'm not saying I like Malik Willis. I think he could be good down the road. I just
16 and 98.
I think if you're going to trade draft capital,
What was that, Nick? I'm sorry, Wes.
It came across my screen. 16 and 98 for 120, and I missed the other one.
Oh, damn. So a round
Popped
3.
up.
and round
So a
1
third and a
just to move up.
4th to move up 5 spots.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's not brutal.
No, it's
It's
not.
not
Well,
great, but
If there, yeah, I mean, we'll see. He might be. It may. Watch it be Kenny Pickett.
If it's Kenny Pickett, my head's going to fall off my
Oh
body
my
right
gosh.
here live on stream.
I mean,
Oh
how
my
is
God.
this guy not being evaluated as like a third round quarterback? I do not get it.
This is
You
a
need
quote
both
I saw. People referencing Joe Burrow and Kyler Murray having that one big year and just selling people, and that's what Pickett's going to do to other people.
Please,
oh god.
Pickett's
Please,
one
that-
big year was
That's
a
what I read.
Never-
Not Nick
tenth
Skrip.
of what
Yeah,
Burrow
about-
and Kyler did.
Burger
Joe
King
Burrow and
hands.
Kyler Murray in comparison to Kenny Pickett.
This was from a personnel director for AFC team.
Yeah,
Oh,
Brett
bull
and Wes,
crap.
where do you have Pickett?
That's the
85?
rumor mill. That's not a personnel director. And then what's the name? Tell me a name, then I'll believe
Hey,
it.
I
Otherwise,
was reading
no.
it. NFL.com. I don't know.
No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
It could just be a trust me, bro source.
Exactly. It's
I've-
somebody in the media that just.
Oh, they said, I'm
really
sorry.
wants to get
They
their opinion
said that,
out.
and they said some team will try and make that connection and will overdraft him. That's what they said. That was the end of that. Now it makes more sense. I read the first part.
Okay.
Some team will try to make that connection and overdraft him. Which
I have Kenny Pickett
maybe.
59th on my board. Scott.
I have Kenny. I mean, I originally had Kenny Pickett below Carson Strong, and
I have them
he's-
at the same grade.
Yeah, I did move Carson Strong back behind him because we're going to see Kenny Pickett drafted higher. And you got to think I'm ranking my players based off of fantasy, not real life. So
Wes, Sam Howell was your one in your rankings?
He's my wide receiver.
I thought so. Just quick question on him: Did you see more out of him just through his career than any one season of any of the rest of these guys?
Well, okay. I think the fact that his early breakout, age 18, he's throwing 38 touchdowns for a
True
Power
freshman.
5 program. Yeah. Just coming up, and it's the exact same type of level of production. So I ask anybody who says, "Oh, well, this past year he was bad. There was some bad tape or blah blah blah." Name the wide receiver 2 for North Carolina. Anybody come at me. I know who it is, but I'm saying you. Come at me. Tell me who that, and don't Google it. Tell me off the spot, because you don't know. They lost their second, third, and fourth wide receiver off their depth chart. They were down to Josh Downs, and it worked. It worked really well for the first 6 games. And then teams caught on. They're like, oh, dude, look, they're just throwing to the same guy over and over and over. So even with the drop off in effectiveness and the drop off in efficiency during the season, he was actually more aggressive last year with less parts to work with. Plus, we're not even talking about the loss of Javonte and Michael Carter from the backfield, who were both really good receivers. So the entire offense that he was in 2020 was just not there anymore. He had one guy to throw to, and then Antoine Green finally came up, caught a few passes. Behind that, there's nobody. They had a couple of tight ends that stepped up to be the third and fourth receiver. It's about the worst case scenario that you can envision. But here's the thing: Sam Howell didn't have a choice. He couldn't come out last year. He had to go back to school.
Wes, 1 second.
We have insane breaking news. The Lions just traded up.
With the Saints?
No, with the Vikings.
The Saints take Chris Olave. They traded a round 3 and a round 4 for Wes's boy, Chris Olave. And now the Vikings are trading up for Jameson Williams is my guess. I don't think there's a chance it's anyone else.
I love it, man. I love it.
Yeah.
We're going to see.
Because Adam Thielen has maybe a year left, and that kind of insulates you with the ACL.
The Vikings just traded with the Lions. The Lions just moved up to 12.
Oh, wow.
That's what I'm saying.
My bad.
I'm telling you, there's going to be 10 wide receivers drafted in the first 35 picks.
If this is for Malik Willis, guys, you're going to see my pants come off live on stream. This is
so I'm still watching the Saints talk about their pick.
Yeah, these streams are way far behind.
You're like in a future reality. You and Costco there.
Seriously.
How do you guys do it?
I'm telling you, I get bumps too from Sleeper and from that JPA Twitter account.
I'm telling you guys, this is one of the most special wide receiver classes I've seen in my lifetime. Just so many elite, difference-making wide receivers. It's such a great year. It's going to be such a fun year next year in fantasy with all of these new toys to play with. I love it, man.
Is this Malik Willis, Brett? Oh, you have to run. You have to go on the podcast.
They gave him 12.
We'll handle that in a second. Hold on.
So I got the details of the trade.
Okay, I'm lost right now. What's going on?
Oh, I have to announce the winners. Okay, we're off the rails. The giveaway winners are Quentin Leo, who wins the Ryan Tannehill jersey, and Jason Hansen, 79, no relation to John Hansen, who wins the Onyx College Football cards. One more time, Quentin Leo and Jason Hansen, if you're listening, you need to collect those. And if you're not listening, maybe you lose out, and we'll
Congrats, Quentin, man. That's awesome.
I think their Twitter ads are on there.
Trophy case, man. I like Tannehill.
This is a fun draft, guys. This is a great, nice little run on wide receivers. Two quick little trade ups. I'll try and get the details on what the Lions had to forfeit and who they take. Is it Malik Willis? I'm inclined to think it's Malik Willis.
Hey,
I think they're going to be too good next year to have a bottom 3 pick, and I'm inclined to agree.
think about this though. The Packers are sitting there just, besides themselves, thinking we thought at least one of these guys was going to fall to us, and they're gone by the 11th pick.
My sources are telling me that this trade up is for Jameson Williams.
Yep.
Whoa!
So it hasn't been announced. Okay.
It hasn't been announced, but that's what my sources are telling me.
So he's going to the Lions.
Hutchinson.
Yeah,
and Amon-Ra St. Brown,
that's a great
Wes Huber's
pick.
boy.
You know why I like that a lot?
JPA Football 1 minute ago tweeted the same thing. Lions trading up to get Jameson Williams.
I like
that makes sense. I think the Vikings should have just taken him, but that makes sense.
Yeah. He's not a cover one guy. He would not have fit in that great with then again,
it's official, Jameson Williams.
Nice. I like it. I like that pick a lot.
That's
Because
awesome.
he's going to play with Goff, who is a zone guy. It's a great fit. But obviously it might change next year if the Lions end up going to get a quarterback.
Jameson was my highest graded receiver. He's my number 9 player in the class. So Lions walk away with number 1 and number 9 in the first round.
Winning.
Geez.
Winning.
Hashtag winning.
NFC North teams is getting better.
Yeah, the trade wasn't that bad. The Vikings kicked back a second. So the Vikings got 32, 34, 36. Lions get 12 and 46. That's crazy. And they got 2 absolute game changers one on each side of the ball.
Wes called it. I said this was like a boomer bust class, but not necessarily a bad one. But all this draft capital, you got to get excited about these guys. Who goes wide receiver 5? You think? Is there one? Christian Watson, maybe your boy, Brett?
No, it's Jahan Dotson.
Okay.
I have Dotson to the Cardinals.
That's probably who the Packers are sitting around just crossing their fingers waiting for is Christian Watson. They're hoping he gets to them. I like Dotson. I just don't think it's a great fit with the Packers. I think the Packers are going to be they're going to jump all over Christian Watson here when they come up
over Burks.
Yeah, I don't think that's a good fit. Their wide receiver 1 right now is basically Alan Lazard. They don't need another slot guy.
Eagles trading up.
Oh,
wow! Who's this for? Back-to-back trade ups, baby.
It's not quarterback.
What?
Should be quarterback.
No, not Eagles.
Maybe what about like a Kyle Hamilton?
Possible. They lost who was the safety that they lost in free agency?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Rodney McLeod.
Yeah. So that makes sense. Kyle Hamilton. Yeah, this draft's a lot of fun.
All right, I'm going to bounce for like 10, 15. I'm going to go do my local spot here, and then I'll be right back. All right? Then at some point, we'll give you some John Costco as well. So, all right, I'll see you guys in a little bit.
All right, man.
Sounds good. Wes, you brought up Christian Watson. A lot of concerns about like the level he played at, him not really getting a ton of stats on the stat sheet. Like why was this guy not getting the same amount of work as these other guys in the class? What do you feel about that?
All right. So first thing, FCS, it's coming up in the world. It's not like it was back in the day. And the thing that you have to remember is that there's multiple reasons for a guy to go to the FCS. You see a lot of players coming out like there's a guy, Derek Young. He's the top Division II player in this class. And we're talking. You know me, Scott. I hate throwing comps at players like Debo and Tyreek Hill. But
right.
There are traits in this guy, Derek Young, that remind me of Debo Samuel. I'm not saying that's a comp. No way. I'll never do it. But I'm telling you, this guy. Go look up his pro day numbers. He was just unbelievable. He's got scouts all over him from Lenore Ryan, where Kyle Duggar came. That the Patriots.
Let me just stop you for 1 second, Wes, to announce the Lions-Vikings pick. the Lions moved up by sending the 32nd and 34th overall picks plus a third round pick. And they got back the 12 plus a 22 round 2. So basically, I don't know. That sounds like a pretty good deal to me.
Yeah, for sure. 12
and a 2, giving up 2 very early 2s and a 3. Yeah, that sounds good. Sorry, go
I
on.
like both of those. I like both of those trades.
Yeah.
From the Saints and for the Lions. I think you look at what the Saints had. They had a bunch of think about the guys that they ran out there without Michael Thomas. This is just an extraordinary pickup for them. But anyway, what I was saying
over there.
Yeah, what I was saying about Derek Young, the reason that he didn't get attention after his high school career is because he came from an offense where it was like an air raid. They're trying to follow the trend in college, and they distributed the ball between like 7 guys. So nobody on the team had more than 30 receptions. He just didn't have the attention that came to him. So he ended up not getting any scholarship offers outside of Division II. So he ended up going to Lenore-Rhyne. But that's the same thing with Christian Watson. So here's his background. He was 5'9" until his junior year. The guy's 6'4" now. But he couldn't even get on the varsity squad as a 5'9" guy with, he's skinny. He's very, very thin, and then so at the end of his high school career, even though his dad played in the NFL and actually was Tim Watson actually played for 7 years in the NFL, he didn't get any attention during the recruiting process. So except for North Dakota State, who actually paid a lot of attention to this guy, knowing where the stock came from, brought him up to North Dakota State, which just crazy far from where he grew up. But so he goes up there. It's just there's a lot of factors that bring all these players to the FCS, and we're seeing a lot of players coming out of these programs now. And then the other thing you said, what was it? Can
I just stop you real quick, Wes, to
in.
announce the Eagles. They took Jordan Davis with the 13th pick.
Yeah, it's a little early.
I think the Ravens were going to scoop him up if they didn't. I think that's where everybody had him.
Did you say they traded up for that?
Yeah, they traded up for the defensive lineman out of Georgia. Yeah, 6'6", 340 pounds, monster. Finished.
No, I like Jordan Davis. Yeah,
number 9 in the Heisman. Yep.
I just don't like that they traded up for him.
Wait, did they trade up, or did they originally have that was Houston's pick, 13, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Every mock I seen had 14 Jordan Davis. So they
only moved up 2 picks, I guess, from 15.
Probably
we'll have to wait the details, but just to talk about Christian Watson. So by my athleticism metrics, Spork, he's one of the top 20 most athletic wide receivers to come out since 2000. So absolute freak athlete. You could say his numbers were poor, but I don't think that's true. Like, granted, he had minimal target competition and high-end quarterbacks.
He ran the ball in 70% of snaps.
Exactly. And he averaged 4.33 yards per route run in 2021, which ranks 6th best of over 4,000 qualifying seasons in the PFF database. And yeah, obviously up against lesser competition, but at the same time, Devontae Adams was non-Power 5. Cooper Kupp was also an FCS wide receiver. Jerry Rice, of course, FCS wide receiver. But
don't knock Fresno State just because.
Okay. How did they land Carr and Adams? I will never understand that.
Fresno
the Raiders.
State, they're a good program. They're just because they're not. They could easily switch to the Big 12 and not miss a beat. They're a good program.
Any concern still in Watson? This is Scott. This is from your article. Dropped 1 out of every 9.1 career targets. Was it just a small sample size?
What's that?
So this is from your article about Watson we've been talking about. Dropped 1 out of every 9.1 career targets. Any concerns there?
Oh
Is that
no,
just a
that's
small
yeah,
sample
that's
size?
I mean that's horrible and egregious. What was even more alarming was he was the worst contested catch wide receiver in the class, despite being one of the biggest. The only thing I'll say is like they're not predictive, and those are like typically fixable things.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
it just
he
didn't
didn't
bother
run a
me.
lot of that was the pro. So what I saw on tape, he was actually a really good route runner, but the way that North Dakota State targeted him, it was mostly on vertical stuff. Like he would run these really nice routes and then he wasn't getting targeted. That's I think that has a lot more to do with the fact that there wasn't as many contested catches, is the fact that he's separating. There's no need for it on the actual targets he gets. But Nick, the thing that I came away with, my biggest knock on him was definitely his hands.
Yeah.
But like I said earlier, we've seen plenty of NFL wide receivers go on to have really good careers without ever fixing their drop problems. It's not a big concern.
You're gonna kill me for this one, Wes, too. But just watching him on film, like the way he moved, very rare traits. I comped him to a sort of mortal Moss. If Randy Moss were mortal, just the way he glides on the field in such a special way. I've only ever seen Randy Moss do. And yes, against vastly inferior competition, yeah, you can't ever comp anyone to Randy Moss, but
yeah,
very rare upside.
I would say that the acceleration would be on a Moss level, but
Okay.
I wouldn't carry it much. When he's allowed an open release, I mean, just trying to like watch it, he becomes like this blur, and he's right there with Olave and Jameson Williams in with his acceleration and his straight line speed. I mean, it just blew my mind. I didn't expect that. I really didn't. I think that each of us, when we think about an FCS guy or a Division II wide receiver, we're thinking, okay, we're going to find some serious issues in some way. And really, the only thing I came away with was the hand things, and it's not a big problem. And I would say that Green Bay is probably pretty concerned right now, because if they don't get him, then they're not getting the type of field stretcher that they need for Aaron Rodgers.
In hindsight, by the way, that was a really great trade for Detroit. They basically just gave up a round 3 and like maybe even less than that. It was a pretty solid deal. Jordan Davis, by the way, is one of the guys that Greg Cosell was a lot lower on than NFL teams. That's at least worth noting. Again, I'm never going to bring you good defensive tackle analysis, but that's why we have Greg Cosell. So, if you want to trash the Eagles for making a bad pick, they made a bunch of bad picks in recent memory.
I hate it.
Another one.
I hate it. I like Jordan Davis. You talk about a devalued position. To me, I hold defensive tackle above running back. There's no.
Oh, I mean, if you look at the PFF data, it's neck and neck. Although what someone brought up that I thought was really interesting is that perfectly blocked running plays are more efficient than passing plays by a significant margin. So before, what like PFF loved Snacks Harrison, and then they hated them when they were like, running is stupid, running backs don't matter. And now they love them again because you can never get a perfectly blocked running play when he's on the field. Like that's the one thing he does well, and he does it exceptionally well. So now defensive tackles are sort of rising through the ranks, but like during the height of running backs don't matter, I tested all of the same numbers, and I was showing running backs mattering exactly as much as defensive tackles, except for, of course, the rare outliers, and you can guess who that is.
Exactly. That's the point that I tried to make when I was at PFF, but they just shot me down. Is I'm not talking about just every running back. I'm talking about the few in the class every year that are just like, wow. Those types of running backs should not be devalued. I don't care what the data says.
Right.
They make such a difference to this game that you can't.
Derrick Henry doesn't matter. Jonathan Taylor doesn't matter.
Exactly.
I mean, yeah, that's the you could look at the position as a whole, but there's clearly at the polar extremes, these players really matter. Kyle Hamilton, by the way, went to the Ravens at 14. That's a player Brett is very low on, thinks is massively overrated. We'll get his thoughts when he comes back.
I mean, you know, I like I said earlier, I think safety is another position that you can address through free agency. So I get that, but I mean, he's clearly the top safety in the class. But to go back to defensive tackles, there's a guy that I love who's been playing more as a 5 tech, a 3-5 tech kind of guy is Dexter Lawrence on the Giants. I love him. I loved him at Clemson. This guy was like, I mean, a 100 percentile athleticism across the board for me. And I loved him to death, but that doesn't mean he needs to be drafted in the top 13 or whatever that Jordan Davis just went. I don't like that pick for the Eagles at all. I think they had areas that they could have. I think adding a guy like it would have been a bit early on Jahan Dotson. There's other guys. Trent McDuffie. They could have added another corner. It wasn't a position that they absolutely had to have. I didn't like that pick at all.
Agree. And I'm back.
There you're back.
He's back, baby. So Brett, give us your thoughts on Kyle Hamilton. Is he not the best generational safety prospect who was supposed to go top 5?
No, he's not.
I mean, what about that one play though, Brett? One play.
He's a ball hawk. That's the thing I like about him.
Right.
Yeah.
One play scouting. He went appropriately. I mean, where did I have him on my board? He ended up grading. He ended up 15th overall on my board, and he went 14th. I'm not going to kill the Ravens over that.
But he was supposed to go top 3, top 5, like two months ago.
Not to
me, but until he ran his 40.
Yeah, well,
I didn't even.
Brett didn't see it on tape from the start. He was
the 40 never factored into my analysis because I didn't see the incredible athleticism on tape.
Well, with the Eagles, they have Fletcher Cox, and then they're going out and getting Jordan Davis. Different type of players. But what I'm saying is Fletcher Cox he's a run stuffer. But with the Ravens getting Kyle Hamilton, I mean, they had Marcus Williams, and that's it. They don't have another safety. But I mean Chuck Clark. I'm sorry, not Marcus Williams. Then they signed Marcus Williams off for free agency. But obviously they wanted to add somebody to be a difference maker there.
Eagles traded up again.
It's a good move for them, I think.
The Ravens gave up the most average passing yards per game this past season. They were great against the rush, but the worst against the pass.
Peters and Humphreys, so that said a lot.
Yep.
Eagles just traded up again.
Oh my God.
Who are they going to go with now? They're probably going to go another Georgia defender. They're going to go get Dean. Watch.
Who are they
About to say,
What about McDuffie or Elam?
No, that's what I was going to say. Instead of Jordan Davis, what about McDuffie? That would have made too much sense.
Yeah.
Wait.
So Wes, I disagree on Kyle Hamilton of the Ravens. I really don't like it because Marcus Williams is a deep safety only. That's really what he's good at. Kyle Hamilton, that's his best fit in the NFL. I know he's 6'4", 220, but his change of direction skills are not on par with a guy who's going to turn and run with tight ends, and turn and run with slot receivers. It's just not. He can't man-match mirror in the slot. I don't see him playing good man coverage against tight ends. I know he's big. It doesn't matter. He doesn't play like that, and his change of direction skills aren't great. I prefer him playing from top down.
You know how much Harbaugh loves his defense, though. I mean,
if they're going to go more split safety, I don't mind it at all because I think Williams and Hamilton in the split safety look is tremendous.
Like a tweener type slot corner anyway. Putting him on tight ends and stuff. So. You don't have to convince me, Brett. I'm seriously not going to sit here and defend the Ravens for drafting a safety because in general, I think that you can address safety through free agency. You don't have to use a first round pick on.
Yeah. So the Texans just took Kenyon Green, the guard from Texas A&M, or
Texas.
This is going like exactly like we expect, like with offensive line.
It's shocking.
And then the Eagles just traded up to 16.
They traded up again.
Yeah.
The only fun
Which is
position.
weird.
The only fun position has really been wide receiver, but at the same time, it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. This is weird from Howie, who's always trying to hose other teams. I mean, they traded up for Devonta Smith last year, but trading down, that's typically where the value is. You know, the more darts you have, the better your draft class is going to be.
Better hit a home run here, or
and we didn't love that first pick.
He's going to get a very low draft grade if he doesn't hit a home run here. And I have no idea.
How could he hit a home run, Wes? Who
Dotson?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not as high on Dotson.
I know. I'm telling you though, Dotson was a lot better than his numbers suggest.
Yeah, you really helped me out with the analysis, and I bumped him higher based on that because I looked into it and you were dead right.
Yeah.
But what scares me is his small frame, the low eye.
He needs to land in the right type of situation.
Do you think he's slot only?
Hollywood Brown just got traded.
Hollywood Brown just got traded.
To the Cardinals.
So Brown and a 3.
Oh my God,
that's awful for Rondale Moore.
Brown and a 3 to the Cardinals for pick 23, which that tells me that this pick might be Dotson coming up.
That's big for Hollywood.
Why would they do that?
That was Lamar's guy. When Lamar was healthy, that was Lamar's guy.
Rashad
Bateman.
It is. I mean, it is.
Wow.
But man, that is insane to me.
That's big for both of them.
Wow.
That's his boy. Like that's his boy too off the field. Like I don't get that at all.
Well, there were weird rumors. Remember last year where like multiple accounts reported he was going to retire
and be a gamer.
Be a gamer. I mean
that account had like 300 followers, and everybody's like, "Look at this tweet" for some reason.
Oh God, right. Why would they do that? Because he wants a contract, maybe. I mean, if you're the Cardinals, you're like, I mean, Jameson Williams is coming off of an ACL, and who knows if he'll ever be as good as Marquise Brown. They offer similar skill sets, do they not? I think they do.
No, I don't get it. I don't get it.
So Wes said that's bad news for Rondale Moore. It's DeAndre Hopkins and Marquise Brown on the perimeter and Rondale Moore in the slot. AJ Green to dust.
Green's still alive.
Brown's going to fill that Christian Kirk role. And then Rondale Moore is going to have to develop into an actual football player, and they can maybe get him in the slot.
Yeah.
Finishing games like 20 yards.
I mean, that's a big win for Kyler Murray. Does he outscore Lamar this year? Probably.
Oh, wow.
All right, so I was right. The Hollywood Brown trade, the Cardinals really wanted Jahan Dotson. He's going to go 16 here. That's official.
But that's to Washington.
To Washington. So Philadelphia didn't trade up?
No, Greer said that they did.
Okay, Philly did not trade up. Washington takes Jahan Dotson, so that makes a Hollywood Brown trade make a lot of sense because Jahan Dotson's been their guy through the whole process.
Whose guy? Baltimore's?
No, Arizona's guy.
Oh.
So Dotson's going to go 16 to Washington here. That's confirmed via John. And so immediately that if he knows, everyone in the NFL knows, and they go out and they trade for Hollywood Brown right away. Wow. Makes sense.
Well, Wes called it. He said I was too low on Jahan Dotson, and I was clearly too low on Jahan Dotson.
Wow.
Where did I have Dotson? Dotson is the biggest misvalue so far, I think, for me.
Mm-hmm.
Why can't I find Dotson on my board? Oh, I have him number 50.
I mean, when was the last time that a quarterback didn't go? Where are we at? Pick 17? When's the last time a quarterback didn't go in the top 15?
I don't know.
Top 15.
It's been a few years.
When the EJ Manuel year, right? He went 17 to the Bills?
Mm-hmm. That's probably the last time. Yep. That is crazy. I cannot believe that Marquise Brown trade.
Wes, you said I was too low on Jahan Dotson. You nailed it. I was too low on Jahan Dotson.
Where did he go?
Washington, 16.
Oh, nice. That's a good
Which
for them.
Yeah, that's going to help Terry McLaurin a lot, actually.
Yeah. Man, they're just showing Kenyon Green on my TV screen. This is pathetic. I might as well just turn it off. Man, that'll change Kyler's mind, I think. Having some deep speed. It's gonna move Rondale back to the secondary slot role.
No. I mean, he's going to be a full-time slot. You have AJ Green's dust, and then you have Hopkins.
I think they're gonna play AJ Green. You don't re-sign him and put him on the bench. He's gonna get starters.
Yeah, I don't think he has anything left in the.
No,
team.
I don't either. But I bet you watch. He'll get 80 to 90 targets. Watch.
80 to 90. That's
I know.
That's a lot.
I wouldn't have re-signed him. No way.
He's just a player coach. He's the wide receiver coach now.
He's gonna start opposite, and they're gonna move Hollywood inside. He's gonna play in the slot, which he played a lot there anyway. I don't agree with it, Scott. I'm not saying I agree with it. I hate it I thought I was very disappointed that they brought AJ Green back, just like I was that Melvin Gordon signed with the Broncos. I hated it.
This has been a fun draft. This has been wild.
That was a
awesome.
huge curveball.
So that's 5. I'm telling you, 5 more wide receivers are going to go before pick 35.
Is there any chance a quarterback doesn't get taken in the first?
Nah. We're going to have a run. We're going to have a run coming up.
1996, no quarterback was selected in the first.
Wow. That was a long time ago, too. It doesn't seem that way to me, but
I think I was like 5.
I was worried this was going to be 2016, where we saw Jared Goff, Carson Wentz, Christian Hackenberg all get overdrafted. A few more names.
Yeah. No, I think, and I think the general idea was that a quarterback was gonna go earlier than this.
Everyone's making good picks except for the Jaguars
and the Eagles.
They took the 20th guy with the first pick, and then after that.
Oh yeah, who did the Eagles take with their second pick?
Jordan David. I think they traded it.
They haven't picked yet. They pick at 18.
Oh, okay. And they traded up for that?
No, they ended up not trading up. Albert Breer jumped the gun on his tweet about them trading up.
Okay.
So
this is their original pick.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, this is awesome, man. I love this for fantasy that we've got 5 receivers going in the top 16. That's awesome.
Quiet winner of that Ravens trade, Mark Andrews. Love it. I was thinking he was a little too pricey. I expected Baltimore to go back to their run heavy ways once their running backs healed up. But now I can get on board with his ADP.
Well, I mean, who's going to be the wide receiver 2 there? Devin Duvernay?
Oh.
Thielen
it doesn't really matter when you're the most run-heavy team in football.
I liked him. I liked Tylan Wallace.
I liked him too, but
yeah.
Zion Johnson.
I don't know. Who?
Zion Johnson to the Chargers.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Volk in the line.
I actually had that unbright in my mock too.
They made some great moves this whole offseason.
I like the kid out of Central Michigan, Bernard. I forget his last name.
Rahman, yeah.
Oh yeah, athletic freak.
I did.
So Zion to the Chargers is huge for them. That actually fixes 2 spots in their line because they're now going to be able to move Matt Flyler from left guard to right tackle, which gets Storm Norton on the bench where he belongs, and Zion Johnson will he'll be an upgrade over Flyler probably at left guard even. So they get better in 2 spots.
I was thinking about that offense the other day, and one guy that I didn't give a lot of thought to, Gerald Everett. I love him in that offense with the Chargers.
Yo,
Yeah.
I'm an idiot. I just remembered Marquise Brown played with Kyler Murray at Oklahoma, and they
Yeah.
smashed together.
Oh yeah, no, it's
He also had CeeDee
it's-
Lamb. But
it's-
I didn't
I
put that together
swear
at all.
it was a trade to the benefit of Kyler, and I think it was possibly
to
something
appease
that we
him
were
for the
questioning.
contract, maybe.
Yeah,
Wes?
I think it was something to
Okay,
convince
that makes
him.
a ton of sense.
Yeah, I think it is. It really does. For all we know, they may have been best friends.
He probably
Oh my
followed
God!
the,
Huge news.
Oh, go
Huge
ahead.
breaking
No,
news.
geez, no.
AJ
Oh my
Brown has been
goodness.
traded to the Philadelphia Eagles.
oh
No.
what a draft! This has been
What is going
the
on?
most fun I've
What?
had in months.
Unbelievable.
No way. That's official.
Your AJ Brown
That's
dynasty
official.
shares are in the dust.
All the big blue checks are tweeting it.
That's it.
Schefter tweeted
Yep.
it.
Schefter just
Yikes!
unreal.
Oh,
That's what
my.
happens when all these
Oh.
wide receivers want new deals.
The fantasy
Robert
landscape
Woods
this
is now the
offseason
wide
is just
receiver one at Tennessee.
Who do they have? Who do they have, Wes?
Robert Woods,
Oh God,
Nick
Robert
Westbrook.
Woods,
Fitzpatrick.
Nick Westbrook, Akina.
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 Austin
Reese
Hooper
Who's
Who's their
season.
tight end?
Yeah.
Who's their tight
He's the
end?
wide
Austin
receiver
Hooper.
three.
Austin Hooper.
Oh,
They've
God.
got to have something else in mind here. No way they're going into
That is
the season
insane.
with a
Wait.
31-year-old wide receiver as their go-to. No way.
The Eagles
What are
traded
they-
this straight up for the pick, or did they get more?
No, they
They
had
had
to
to
get
give more.
They had to get a lot more.
They had to give a lot more.
They probably gave up who was the first rounder they got out of TCU? They were talking about trading him.
Titans are trading A.J.
Greener.
Brown to the Eagles in exchange for Philadelphia's 18th pick and another third-round pick per sources.
That's
it.
way low.
That's
What is it? What is it? What is it?
What?
That is
so they're
highway
trading.
robbery.
Titans are trading A.J. Brown to the Eagles in exchange for Philly's 18th overall pick and another third-round pick per sources. That's what
That's
Schefter just
crazy.
quote tweeted it. That's so low, so
That's
low.
so low.
okay. Whatever happens, Tennessee is getting the lowest draft grade of any team. That is
Yeah.
devastating for
That's
that
a fire
offense.
sale. Like, hey, just take them, take them.
They just traded
Yeah.
like the fourth best wide receiver in the league for a first round pick.
For an 18th and a
So,
third. The
Jalen
Eagles.
Hurts is going to have
He's
AJ
gonna
Brown,
smash.
Devontae Smith, Dallas Goddard. They're putting
Oh my
it all out there for
God.
him.
The Hurts offseason talk is going to be
No excuses.
outrageous
Yeah.
now.
And
I-
Jalen Hurts is
Jalen
like
Hurts or Lamar
is
Jackson?
lost against cover
Jalen
one.
Hurts or Patrick Mahomes without Tyreek Hill? That's a
Keep-
serious question,
Keep going.
boys.
Keep going.
Exactly. Oh man. All right, I have to pay, but you guys have enough to talk about here.
Unreal. Unreal.
That's like the DeAndre Hopkins to Arizona type trade.
I'm chiming in here.
That's like the
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Hopkins to Arizona.
I'm just very happy.
I was
with
about to
this.
say we got a Philly fan right here.
I'm very happy, and I give Skrip a lot of credit for being a Hurts truther last year. That's all I got. I'm not a truther, but sticking with it. That's all I
I
got
did
to
wear
say.
the jersey when he had a terrible week. I
You
did
did.
do that, but yeah, I was.
All right.
I was.
I got to get back to social.
There we go.
So Nick, you didn't mention that you were an Eagles fan.
No, I'm a Bears fan. I'm just a jersey guy. I have like way too many jerseys I bought from China, just like hanging everywhere in my garage, and yeah, it's a bad hobby, I guess, of mine.
No,
Watch-
I've got a bunch of college jerseys. I save them for Saturdays.
Yeah, I got a bunch of NBA too. I usually wear an NBA jersey on the podcast. Typically.
Watch the Titans take Treylon Burks now.
Think so.
Oh my gosh.
He's the one getting all the AJ Brown comps.
Oh, and it's like the worst
And
comp I've
LaVisca
ever
comps.
heard.
Yeah, I agree, Wes. I mean, really smart people disagree with us. Danny Kelly disagrees. Lance Zierlein disagrees. Greg Cassell disagrees. But Jim Nagy was on my podcast, said he's a lesser version of LaVisca Chenault. And when I watched the tape with Brett, that's what I saw. And that's what the production profile told me. It's like
Now,
basically
I
identical.
will say, I think there he has some intriguing tools. He's just too raw for me to get that excited about. When especially talking about replacing AJ Brown, like, don't even ever say that. That's just good Lord. I cannot believe that trade. And I'm not a Tennessee fan per se, but I liked watching them. I just said I like Tannehill, but this is just devastating for that offense. There's no recovering.
My Jalen Hurts fantasy shares are just smiling right now, like so big.
Yeah, you were so heavy on him, and I'm like, I love him too, but I think there's a good chance he gets replaced next year. And man, I don't know how he's not successful after this.
It's not a great fit. Jalen Hurts, he's been trash against cover one. That's what AJ Brown does best.
Part of that though is he hasn't had anyone that beats man coverage.
Well, but here's the thing: AJ Brown's also good against cover three, and that's exactly what Jalen Hurts excels against. So there's give and take there. Yeah.
Oh man.
No, but it is true. It is true, and that's something that it's impossible to predict.
No way.
Oh my God.
The Titans are taking Burks.
Oh
my God. Oh my God. Costco called that. He's the one who sniped that. Oh my God.
Greg Robinson's going to be crying again next year at the combine.
Be back.
Oh my, I can't even believe this right now.
I mean, Ryan Tannehill was probably like, trade me. Just trade me.
Oh, that's just terrible. They got poor value back on AJ Brown, and they dump one of those picks into Treylon Burks.
No, they traded AJ Brown for Treylon Burks.
That's basically got a third back for it. Terrible.
A third? I wouldn't even call it that. We're years away from seeing Treylon Burks being a considerable contributor.
You know what? We're doing this wrong. Because who's my comp for Treylon Burks? Scott, who is it?
Oh my God.
It's
Jonnu Smith.
It's Jonnu Smith. Let's go.
Unironically, Jonnu Smith.
Unironically, my comp for Treylon Burks is Jonnu Smith. And the Titans just freaking traded for Treylon Burks.
You have to explain that because that's just you can't get away with that. There are people who think he's Debo mixed with AJ Brown, so you need to explain that.
Please don't, Malik.
Yeah, so I mean, when I watched Treylon Burks on film, the one guy he reminds me of is Jonnu Smith. The way he was used at Arkansas is exactly how Jonnu Smith is used in college and how Jonnu Smith is used in Tennessee. The same exact route tree, all of the slide unders from like the tight end position, backfield routes, H31s, H21s.
Yeah, but they also moved him around. He ran routes from the slot.
He didn't really run any routes. He caught 41 of his passes within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, but I mean, he did.
And they were mostly dumps and screens.
Back shoulders. He had a couple back shoulders from outside. He was actually really effective from the perimeter. Just didn't have many throws.
Yeah, and two of those were against Josh Jobe, who's the worst Alabama cornerback to play in the last 30 years.
Well, that was a big portion of his production was against Alabama. I will say, he nasty stiff arm. And he's got this massive wingspan, so he doesn't even need to jump very high to climb the ladder. He's like it was like one of those kids he played with growing up that had just this massive, this length, and it didn't matter if you got the jump on them, they would block you no matter what. And that's just kind of what he reminded me of. He doesn't have much of a vertical, but he goes up and gets balls. I will say he's got a couple of things I like, but I mean, just because he has a couple tools doesn't mean you go and replace AJ Brown with him.
I'm surprised.
You're replacing Jonnu Smith, Wes, not AJ Brown. Stop saying AJ Brown.
I'm surprised that the Jets this whole offseason have been rumored to be tied with all these wide receivers that they didn't try to go get him with number 10.
You know who this is big for? Austin Hooper.
Yeah. Falcons Hooper.
When they invite me on this thing,
Are the Titans just going to go 100% run heavy? Because maybe they should. Maybe they should just.
Well, they were talking about drafting a running back to come up and possibly be King Henry's successor. So maybe that's what they're thinking here. No, you know what? There was something up at the combine. I'm watching Greg Robinson, and he's doing his interview, and then he just starts crying, and I'm like, what in the world is going on? I mean,
oh, is this the Elijah Moore interview?
No,
with AJ
somebody
Brown?
brought up the playoffs, and he just started crying, started weeping. Right there, I'm doing his interview, and I'm like, oh my! I felt sorry for him, and I'm feeling sorry for this guy making millions of dollars as a GM that we would all love to have his position, and it was pathetic. Really, it really was. So you know what? It should have been like a sign of what was to come. I've lost all respect for Greg Robinson. That is the worst trade in
John
NFL
Robinson?
history.
Yikes.
Yeah, I need to watch this video of him crying. It's like the first thing that pops up on Google, but I've never seen it. Yeah, man. I mean, we knew wide receivers were going to get pushed up with all the holdouts, demanding money. You want to get it on a rookie contract.
Pay
It's
him.
a decent class.
He's a top 5 wide receiver. Pay the kid.
Yeah.
He got
Yeah, maybe he didn't want to be there. And because if you look at the value of this trade, it seems like their hand was forced.
No, I think
AJ Brown got 4 years, $100 million from the Eagles.
What's Tennessee's cap space look like? Could they have done that?
They could have. If they would have used some offset language, they could have
these
pulled it
Rice
off.
DBs.
Worst trade in NFL history. The worst.
They're showing highlights of Treylon Burks, and he's beating DBs from
And now they're showing Debo
Rice.
Samuel, beating NFL.
That's the only thing that really impressed me on tape was the flying 20 shit, which we know he has from the combine. Is like once he has a straight line for 10 yards, you can't catch him. That's great. But that was his only superpower, his only trump card. And beyond that, there were massive weaknesses.
Yeah, I was surprised. When he got a step, you couldn't catch him. I was surprised. That was the one thing that I was very surprised about. That doesn't mean I'm going to trade AJ Brown for him.
No. Everything was manufactured, though, right? I mean, was it not?
It was.
everything was manufactured. Yeah,
it was a
Look at
system.
them. They're
I mean,
comparing.
not taking away, tons.
They've got them both up on the screen like it's a straight comp.
they compared him to Debo and AJ Brown. They showed highlights of Debo and AJ Brown. And
Gosh.
I mean, be careful because Greg Cosell said the same thing. Danny Compton to Debo. Lance Zierlein said he was AJ Brown with more wiggle.
Lance Zierlein, from what I've heard.
Calm down. He's a legend. I'm trying to get him on the show. He's Houston based. He's awesome. He does great work. But
I'm telling you, he's having a bad draft this year. I'm not saying he's not a good analyst. He's having a bad draft.
I mean, so the only disagreements I remember was he really likes Treylon Burks as the wide receiver one, and he had Rashad White like RB 17. And I know, I have him much higher too, but like those were the only two that I think really stand out.
Didn't you say something like
Saints pick is in?
Chris Olave was only
no, that was me getting them mixed up. That one was
okay.
Saints with their second pick.
Saints take Trevor Penning.
Trevor Penning.
Good pick.
Yeah, so Danny Kelly has been so worried the Seahawks would take him because he checks all of the Seahawks boxes, which are he's old, he's from a small school, and he attended the Senior Bowl. He didn't necessarily stand out, but he at least attended the Senior Bowl.
If the Seahawks would have picked Trevor Penning, it would have been the best pick they made in 5 years. Though the Seahawks have made horrendous draft selections the last 5 years.
No, I like Penning. I thought he was good.
Yeah. I mean, 9 would have been way too high for him, but he's a good player, and the Seahawks don't really draft good players.
No, at this point in the draft, going out and getting these offensive linemen, these are good values. I mean, they slipped the wide receiver position. I mean, the offensive linemen have slipped here. They didn't go as high as we thought originally.
So I think the Steelers right here are going to go Malik or Devin Lloyd, one of the two.
I mean, I would love that. I would love either one of those. Damn.
Who?
I think the Steelers will either go Malik Willis
Oh
or Devin Lloyd.
yeah.
What about Jermaine Johnson?
I wonder if because Baker Mayfield is floating out there, if teams are just hesitating with the quarterbacks, because I mean, Baker Mayfield's better than any of the quarterbacks that are available.
That's probably true. He's
I'm
damaged
firing
goods
some
though.
tweets out.
But
Whew, what a fun draft. Oh my God.
Up until A.J. Brown.
AJ, yeah, right.
Buzzkill.
I mean, that's still fun. That's fun for the Eagles.
It's
That's fun
the
for
Eagles.
Jalen Hurts. Shout out to Nick. Shout out to Nick, because my two highest owned players last year were Jalen Hurts and Elijah Moore. And like he was saying earlier, he caped up for Jalen Hurts, even like in the worst spots. And like Elijah Moore, week 6, I wanted to hang myself. And you hit me up on Twitter, and you're like, no, this is the week. And it was the week. It was the week.
Well, that was like, if I had one,
I lost faith at that
caller,
point.
It was that. I had the jersey. I was like hyped up, going nuts in my living room. It was awesome.
But at the same time, Scott, I mean, look at the quarterback.
Kenny Pickett is on the
Oh,
phone.
you mean Patrick Mahomes 2.0?
Yeah.
That
You couldn't blame Elijah Moore for Zach Wilson.
Right. No, exactly. It was, and then a bunch of scrub backups come in. Mike White, and he's a
Four
superstar.
different quarterbacks. 4 quarterbacks he went off with.
Oh, I know.
What, Kenny Pickett got drafted?
not yet, but he's allegedly on the phone.
Oh
who
God.
cares?
How does Costco
He's
know all
calling
this?
in-
Can you ask him, Brett?
He's
Give me
calling up
his
somebody.
sources.
No, you never do that, Scott. You don't do that.
Give me his sources.
You never ask a man what his sources are. Either you trust the man or you don't.
I asked you the other day, and you have a pretty good source.
The source was
I have a lot of good sources. You only know one of them.
Right.
I like they call the second trait for Trevor Penning is nasty.
Like that's a trait,
That was like Jake Ferguson at the combine when John was interviewing him. He says choose violence. That was his response. I loved it. I love that.
Yeah.
And then the producer from John's show, he put that on Twitter, and then they took it down because of the Ukraine stuff.
Oh,
Yeah, that was the note I had. Violent block finishes, like a Mortal Kombat move or something like that.
That's awesome.
yeah. He wants to start a fist fight on every single play. That's basically his
Pickens?
shtick.
He wants all the
No,
smoke.
Penning.
Oh,
Yeah, Ray GQ and Derek Brown and Chris and we got to spend some time with him at the Senior Bowl in the lobby of the hotel, and he was a
Penning?
fun conversation. Yeah, Penning.
Nice.
He's like his personality is exactly what you just would think it is. Just when in doubt, eat more
Kenny
protein, punch more people.
I knew it.
Kenny Pickett is the pick to the Steelers.
Wow. Poor Mitchell Trubisky. Man, that sucks, dude. Pickett sucks. That's terrible.
What did you call him? Wes Burger King hands?
No, I was talking about Kennedy Brooks.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I mean, the hand size thing, I don't think worries me as much as it typically would.
Do you know
Just
he
because
lost
he has,
30 fumbles during his career?
Right. I mean, but he also played 4 seasons in Pittsburgh.
5 seasons.
5 seasons,
Yeah.
in Pittsburgh. So that's part of it. But yeah, why I don't like him is just like everyone says he has 0 upside, and for fantasy, he probably has 0 upside.
0.
He doesn't run.
Well, he runs like a 4.67, something like that. But that's not going to get him away from linebackers. He's not going to be like a consistent guy that we can count on for rushing numbers. And then don't let anyone tell you he's got a strong arm. He doesn't. The majority of his production is gonna be short. This is devastating for Chase Claypool. It's actually really good.
Great point.
Really good for Deontay Johnson.
Listen, Big Ben couldn't throw deep outside the numbers. Kenny
No.
Pickett can't either.
No.
I know PFF had him with a pretty high grade throwing deep outside the numbers, but when you put it on the tape, the ball is just floating up there. It's really bad.
Yeah, he relies on his timing to throw vertically, and that's not going to fly in the NFL. It's really good for Pat Freiermuth as well. It's Big Ben 2.0.
Big Ben with a little more juice in the legs left.
A little bit, but just because he's old, you know what I mean? I'm talking but nowhere near the type of blitz recognition or setting up his protections. He's not Big Ben, but as far as like the arm strength, I guess like an old Big Ben, maybe a couple years ago.
Oh God,
it's not good. Is basically what I'm saying. That's a buzzkill too. That's awful. I hate that for Chase Claypool. I love Chase Claypool.
I mean, should be good news for Deontay Johnson at least.
It is. No, it is. It's good, and for Pat Freiermuth. It's good for Najee too. It's good for Najee. Yeah. There's no chance of a vertical game. None.
Brett, do you think the decision to move out from 32 and 34 with Malik Willis potentially falling is Detroit saying they actually believe in Jared Goff as a quarterback?
No, like Wes and I have already covered multiple times. The plan from the start has been 2023 to add the quarterback to the mix.
All right. Yeah, I mean, that makes the most sense. It's a stacked quarterback class. I just think they might finish better than they'd want. I think they might not finish bottom 5.
That was the point I was making to Wes earlier about why they should take Malik Willis this year, was because they're going to finish. They could win 7 games next year. That takes them out of contention right there. There's already 3 teams with 2 first-round picks next year, 2 of which are going to be probably picking in the top 5.
Hey, so, I'm all for taking Malik Willis, any team, because I think he's got long-term potential, and even if you draft another quarterback, he's got trade value. You know. So I think it would be a good investment, actually, if you ask me. I mean, Scott, you agree? The quarterback position is. I mean, there's just not a lot of. I mean, look at the rankings. Go look at quarterback, the NFL quarterback rankings. Once you get outside the top 13, there's nothing there, or low. Am I allowed to say low upside?
Still got the word in there. Right?
Yeah, okay, I'll go get another beer. Very low upside after you get outside the top 13 or 14. And what really sucks is that Mitchell Trubisky was actually going to be an upgrade over Big Ben, and now we're going to have Kenny Pickett now instead of Mitchell, who's got a little bit of rushing upside. He's got a thicker body, a higher BMI. He can take the pounding. Plus, he's got a stronger arm. It's awful.
Imagine the Steelers team with a really good quarterback. Because, like, Brett, where would you put Ben Roethlisberger last year? I think you told me he was the worst quarterback last year, and he still made the playoffs because of that defense, because of the supporting cast.
Quarterback with the worst arm for sure. Yeah.
Oh, that's what you said.
Yeah. But like Wes said, going from Big Ben to Pickett, they're not really gaining a ton of physical attributes. Maybe a lot more in the legs, but not with the arm. And now you're putting in a rookie who doesn't know how to set up protections, doesn't know how to check in the hot routes. He's going to have to learn all that, and maybe he learns fast. But I think Wes made a great point in that it's not as simple as it's not a clear upgrade going from Roethlisberger to Pickett to me. Pickett I have him where on my board? 59.
So maybe they're just stuck in QB mediocrity for another 5 years, which that's not going to get it done in the playoffs. Well, remember the Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, really the Super Bowl to me, or Joe Burrow, who was on fire at the tail end.
We will see
high-end quarterback play.
Draft another quarterback in 5 years. We will see it.
Oh, maybe probably 2.
Yeah.
Well,
New England's trading back, by the way.
Trading back.
who could
For the
they
punt
want?
god.
It's got to be a defensive player.
I thought they'd grab Lloyd. Patriots. Deontay
Yeah.
Hightower replacement.
Yeah, Lloyd.
I've
probably.
been told they like Quay better than Lloyd, but
Or
interesting.
Dean. Yeah.
Patriots?
Yeah.
They trade.
I know.
No, they
Yeah, Patriots traded back, so I think
They traded back. Okay.
Yeah, back. So the question is who's coming up and for who?
It might
At
be
this
for
point-
quarterback. This might be the quarterback run we've been
This
expecting.
could be the QB
Good call,
run.
man.
This could also still be a receiver because the receivers have gone out like hotcakes.
Well,
So-
Christian Watson's out there. And
Watson-
then maybe a team fell in love with Moore. We don't know.
Sky Moore, yeah, that's the other one that's left.
Well, unless
Pickens?
Pickens going to look past Pickens.
Pickens is
Yeah.
not. He's
Off-field
not going. He's not
Yeah.
going first.
The off the field stuff.
Yeah, I didn't even find that when I was researching him.
So who did he trade with?
I don't see it yet.
I think that's the big
All
mystery
I'm
right
seeing
now.
is that they've traded out.
Yeah, that's
Who's the
unknown.
top available guy?
Chiefs.
The Chiefs traded up. To 21.
Oh, Christian Watson.
It'd be huge. My top available guy is Jermaine Johnson and Andrew Booth Jr.
Yeah, I'm surprised Johnson. Wasn't there people saying he was going to go like with the 4th pick?
Yeah,
Right.
I mocked him to the Chiefs at like 31 today, so I did kind of project a slide a little bit from him, but
I wonder. You know, I just feel like there's got to be some news on Baker here. I mean,
Right.
some team's going to go get him. It's going to happen.
They're not
during
going to
the
give up round 1, but yeah.
No. They don't have to because there's a chance he might just get cut.
You think Baker for sure goes before Jimmy Garoppolo?
Yeah, because I don't think Seattle. I mean, I don't think the 49ers are going to let him go without, some good trade value.
Valid.
Because I mean, he's a
Teams
proven
want him to get
playoff.
healthy too.
Yeah, they're waiting for him to get healthy. It makes no sense for the 49ers to trade him while he's in a recovery phase. He needs to get healthy and show that he can throw again. But he's got the proven playoff track record. He's going to bring some good trade value.
McDuffie.
Yeah.
Trent McDuffie.
it's
that's
for
a
Trent
great
McDuffie to the Chiefs. Yep.
That's a
Okay.
great pick.
Okay.
What did they give up? Both round 1? No.
No, heck no.
Heck no.
No,
Chris
I
Mortensen
think-
tweeted out that Kenny Pickett, his quarterback coach at Pittsburgh, is his OC was the former Steelers quarterback coach, Mark Whipple. So Pittsburgh very connected with that Pittsburgh college team.
I mean, that's great for them, but
I know.
it's not good for fantasy. We just lost a top 25 wide receiver.
I love how upset you are. You're
I
like
know.
legitimately angry.
I was like really
Hurts your
excited
heart.
about Chase Claypool possibly getting one of these big arm quarterbacks, or at least Baker Mayfield.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll trade Claypool now. Who knows? It's just awful. I just have stocks in Claypool. I like Claypool. I like him. He's a fun player.
So I'm 20 for 21, and
What's Costco saying? What was
Nothing.
Costco saying?
Nothing. So the Chiefs traded picks 29, 94, and 121 to move up 8 spots.
One more time.
29, 94, and 121. So a first, a third, and a fourth. A late third, that is, to move up to 121.
That's a typical Patriots trade back right there. But now we're nearing, or on the clock, is a potential gold mine for a fantasy wide receiver. Could it be Christian Watson? Could it be Sky Moore? Could it be George Pickens? Probably not George Pickens, but
Green Bay.
we do like him. Yeah.
It's
it's the landing spot of all landing spots. It was like Pittsburgh for running backs last year.
It's going to be like Tyler Smith or something, and you're going to be disappointed.
Maybe it's going to be Devin Lloyd.
Well, they have 2 picks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't take receivers in the first round. Scott.
I mean, they can't make an exception for Randy Moss 2.0.
That's a good point. I think they probably should.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean they could. Watson, I guess, maybe Sky Moore.
Ugh.
But
Ugh.
I think they're going to go offensive line, defensive line, probably.
So for the folks at home, what I'm going to be working on all week is I do a breakdown of all the post-draft press conferences, and it's really a rare time where NFL GMs and front office personnel and coaches put their feet up on the desk and they're happy and they're for once in their lives honest and they'll say, oh, this is why we took him. This is what we see. This is what we hope he can do year 1. It'll be in the slot and then hopefully transition outside in year 2 or 3, things like that. And I'll transcribe that and I'll do a breakdown and I'll post it on fantasypoints.com. No one ever reads it, but it's really one of the most valuable pieces I do, especially for dynasty players. So be on the lookout for that. I'll put in all the work. It'll take me all week and save you some time, hopefully.
This draft seems like it's flying to me. It's only 10:30.
Exactly.
So the last pick is still Kenny Pickett?
Jermaine Johnson was a top 10 lock not
Or
too long
McDuffie.
ago. It was
Jermaine
McDuffie.
Jermaine Johnson got drafted?
No, not yet.
Oh, not yet.
Oh, okay.
He was on that Last Chance U. They said he was the only NFL invite from that show. If you guys have ever saw that show.
I haven't. I don't even
I
know
know
what
of
it
it,
is.
but no, I haven't watched it.
What about the linebacker, Dakota Allen, from a couple years ago? Texas
I
Tech
don't
linebacker. He played in the NFL.
He was on that show too.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't know if he was drafted, though, so maybe that's the
caveat. Yeah.
You know
that's
Danny
terrible.
Gray, SMU?
Yeah.
Yeah, he went to his pro day. He was 20 pounds heavier than at the combine.
Packers pick is in.
Quay Walker.
Way Walker, yeah.
No way. I can't believe they passed on Watson.
Well, they still get another
Hopefully
crack
they're-
at him.
Yeah.
Way Walker.
Wow, a lot of Georgia defensive players taken in
yeah.
round 1.
They-
I wonder if that defense was any good last year.
Yeah, exactly.
Might have that safety go in the first two. Scene.
Who was that random wide receiver who lit them up last year? More so than Olave or Jameson Williams. He returned
Olave.
for an extra year, but he was like not on anyone's board. I know Wes would know because he's
Olave
a deadbeat.
didn't play Georgia.
Yeah, he did. He played the first half.
What?
Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of Mechie. I keep doing that. I'm sorry, Wes.
All right. I don't know who
I
you're
keep
talking
screwing you up on that one.
I have no idea who you're talking about.
I'll pull it up. It's interesting to me and only me. All right, who's on the clock? Who's Baltimore taking? They gonna take a wide receiver to replace Marquise Brown? Probably not, but possible.
No way. They're not taking him. Oh, is it the Ravens here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, do they go wide receiver? They just lost one. They replace Hollywood right here.
The only one, I mean,
Is it gonna? I mean, they
they
this
need
might
a
be the move.
Bills have traded up to this pick.
Wow. Could it be Breece Hall?
Breece
The
Hall.
101 confirmed?
I'm hoping it's for like Kyer Elam or something. They really need a corner.
Yeah, you think so? Tre'Davious not getting it done?
But he's one man.
Well, their cornerback 2 was good last year, no?
Their cornerback 2 signed in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, he's not there anymore.
Of course.
But they do
The more
have
beers I get, the less sharp my analysis is going to be. So appreciate it.
Yeah, they do have Dane Jackson. He was pretty good in replacing White, though. I like him.
Who?
Dane Jackson.
Tramon Johnson wasn't terrible either.
No, he's great. But
Andrew Booth is still there. They should take Andrew Booth Jr.
Travon Johnson, he's one of the top slot.
Yeah.
What about Daxton Hill?
That'd be a good
Michigan.
fit. I mean, he plays more slot, and obviously safety, and both their safeties are 31 years old. So,
yeah.
I mean,
Well, they had the best
Safeties are
defense in the league last year against the deep ball and against the slot. Maybe that's just a scheme thing. I think especially with the deep ball, but
No, that's not a scheme thing. Micah Hyde, Jordan Poirier, and Taron Johnson.
okay. All right, I'm gonna have that stat for you in 1 second.
Is it Breece Hall? I'm just waiting. I know you were Costco. You're going to get it like 10 minutes before I do.
That had Schefter boosting the Eagles for not trading any of their first-round picks in 2023, but making those moves for Davis and A.J. Brown.
It's crazy.
That's they're doing it right.
No, they are. No,
Big time.
all props to Philadelphia, definitely. And
It's making up for that Rieger pick a couple years ago.
yeah, who knows?
Elam, you're right.
Who?
Elam.
it's Kyer Elam. I called it.
Ooh, it's
Nice.
not fun for fantasy.
Nice for calling it.
You think another fantasy eligible player gets drafted here?
In the first round still? Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's it going to be? What are the betting
Well,
favorites?
Watson's going in the first round.
Well, Malik Willis.
yeah.
And you think Christian Watson goes?
I don't know. I thought this would be the quarterback run, but it's not been.
I think Dotson's going to go too.
No, he already went.
Oh, I'm looking at him. What about no chance on Pickens?
Oh,
They
Wes,
have him
I
up
have it.
here- They have him up here as like I think the third wide receiver on the NFL.com ranks. I mean, they didn't move him down.
Yeah.
Wes, I have it. Josh Van, South Carolina.
Oh yeah, he's good.
Joseph Nagata. Those are like two of the only guys with 100 yards against Georgia last year. And Jameson Williams.
Well, and Gata, he's a 4-star kid, and so is Van. I mean, they're both. It's not like they came out of nowhere.
What about
Who did I have Dallas taking?
Cedric Tillman? That's who it was, Wes. He had 200 receiving yards against Georgia.
Well, Cedric Tillman's he's good. So he stayed in school. I mean, I'm looking forward to see what he can do. They won't have Willis Jones anymore. Cedric Tillman's going to be the wide receiver 1 in Tennessee next year.
Little known fact: Willis Jones was on that stacked. Oh, was he on the stacked USC team or the stacked
USC.
Ohio State team?
No, USC. He was recruited to USC, and then
So it was Pittman, Drake London, Amon-Ra St. Brown. Stephen O'Hara says,
there's another one you didn't name, Brew McCoy.
"Oh, I don't even know who that is."
Oh yeah, he's in my top 15.
Oh, then I mentioned it in the article. It just name doesn't ring a bell. Steven Olivares asks, Dotson to the Commanders. Think he'll have solid fantasy production in year one? Why not, right?
Absolutely. Plus, Dotson he destroyed cover 2 last year. And that's exactly what Carson Wentz thrives against is cover 2.
So Curtis Samuel, dead stock, or
No,
what do we think about him?
No. They need 3 receivers. They just need Curtis Samuel on the field, you know?
Yeah.
I like Samuel in the slot.
Yeah, that would be ideal. Yeah.
Yeah.
But they still have Diami Brown, too.
Sure, McKissick's still going to get work.
Hopefully not as much.
He had a deal done, came back.
It was dumb.
Yeah. I feel like he knew his role there.
Yeah.
He might have been lost in the.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. Cowboys, Linderbaum. That's who I saw earlier. Center from Iowa.
Yeah, he's good. Just not exciting.
Yeah.
Thinking about inviting TJ Calkins to this. I think he's hanging around and he keeps popping in my DMs. I don't know if Ben wants to chime in. I don't think the listeners can hear that, but could we add a 5th person in this chat and get TJ's thoughts on all these moves? Because I know he's not buying Drake London wide receiver 1. He can't get past my red flag about the contested catches.
What, really?
Yeah, he was a big Laquan Treadwell guy back in the day, so maybe he's just.
Did he look at my study that I did?
There are 0 red flags with Drake London. 0.
Love it. Love that. Because I don't like being on an island against Greg Cosell, the great
You're not.
Finn goat.
You're not. There are plenty of people out there that saw what Drake London can do.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then on top of that, Greg doesn't have a fantasy imagination whatsoever, from what I take from what John tells me, and that like he has to kind of interpret what he evaluates and insert fantasy into it, and that's really hard to do. It really is. It's like 2 different worlds, and you know, to an extent. I don't know what he's seeing that he doesn't like about Drake London. I was blown away.
Brett, you're going to love this. Terry McCormick tweeted out, during the Treylon Burks conference call with the media, he shows his hands, which needed special gloves, and quips, they're pretty big.
No, here's the thing. Treylon Burks is a liar, though.
Oh, man. It's coming out.
He didn't need special gloves made for him. He had relatively small hands for his size, actually.
Yeah, I saw
Sky
that.
Moore's were vastly bigger.
Calvin Austin's hands were bigger, and Calvin Austin is almost a legal midget.
That's like you can't make those claims when you go to the combine. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because we know what the percentages are. You're not impressive.
Might just be twisting special gloves with customized gloves.
But he keeps talking about how big his hands are, and they're not really that big. He's like the Trump of wide receiver prospects.
Trump of wide receiver prospects.
It's a weird thing to flex over and over again.
Yeah, it really is.
I don't think I've ever heard a wide receiver talk about their hands.
That was a big
especially when they lie about them. Like, why are you lying about your hands? Right. That's the weirder part.
Sky Moore's were significantly bigger, and he's like 5'10".
Oh, yeah. Well,
Calvin Austin's were bigger, and he's 5'7".
We have I think 3 of the top 6 hand measurements in the past 10 years at this combine. Christian Watson, Devin Williams, and Sky Moore.
I sort of feel like this combine was like we're like in the steroid era of baseball. Like every measurement was just completely juiced at this combine.
No, I'm telling you, it's because this class is very special.
Yeah.
And it's because of because of COVID. So many players went back to school.
That's true.
After shortened seasons so that they could, prove themselves. And then we just it's this bottleneck effect.
Yeah, but why does next year's class look so much better?
I don't buy that.
For fantasy?
I mean, I don't know. I'm not a fantasy guy. So
all right, I've got it pulled up. So let me look.
Wes would know the answers. No one's better at Devy than Wes. So I'll just take his opinion on it.
Well, Brett won a Devy league that I was in.
Jermaine Johnson, Daxton Hill, safety, Malik Willis, quarterback, Tyler Lindenbaum, center, Arnold Ebiketie, defensive end, Penn State. Those are the top 5 best available per.
I thought Lindenbaum was picked.
No,
not yet.
No.
Okay.
Where are you guys at with hand size? Do you have big hands? Are you about average?
I have fat fingers.
My hands are bigger than Kenny Pickett's, and that's all that matters.
Right.
I've never measured my hands, but I know I have fat fingers. I had to get a special size for my wedding ring.
I just know my
nice.
my hands are destroyed from the gym. That's
all I know. Yeah, I have that too.
Okay,
I did 2 months ago. Last time I was in the gym.
Treylon Huber.
Still recovering.
We have JSN and Jigba, Smith and Jigba. We've got Keyshawn Butte. We've got Jordan Addison, Jermaine Burton. We've got, let's see, then we have to move down some.
I mean, what about all those quarterbacks?
Oh, no, I'm just talking about the wide receiver class.
By the way, your wide receiver ranks for Devy, it's only showing one guy. So
again, it's the same thing. Yeah. You know what it is I went through and I always check the transfer portal, and when guys enter, I always go into the Devy ranks and I change them to being in the transfer portal, and I think it's messing it up.
Yeah, so just make a note to fix that later on tonight or tomorrow morning. But I mean, your Devy work is incredible. Like you're ranking Devy running backs down to 167. No one does that, and no one puts the time or effort or analysis anywhere near on your level. So, and yeah, this year we're going to spin off a separate package, college football Devy package, probably in June. It's, you're going to have to pay money for that, but I mean, the analysis is worth it, and we're going to add some more pieces, some more analysts to help Wes out a little bit. But I mean, we're really excited. Seeing you guys were printing money in DFS every week, and again, like the best Devy content in the space, bar none. So
updated every day.
I know. I tried to talk you off of that, Wes. I'm like, you are killing yourself during draft season and NFL season. Like, just give up Devy. No one really cares about him. You refuse, and it's like, hey, testament to you, because you really are just the clear Devy GOAT. So, but fantasypoints.com. Imagine not being an all-in subscriber. Couldn't be me. Shouldn't be you. Best analysis, bar none, when it comes to Devy, when it comes to DFS, when it comes to betting. And now we've got a awesome PGA team that's really killing it. The analysis is great. I never watched golf in my life, but starting to get into it, starting to enjoy it just because the content's great and it's a lot of fun. And that is my last pitch for the night. If you're probably a subscriber, if you're still watching this at hour 3, and if you're not, you got to get on that.
Well, they may not be, ready to subscribe to the college football package, but we're also going to have that. And I can tell you right now, man, that's an untapped resource if you're not currently involved. Because Josh Chevalier, dude,
he's great.
He is legit. He's one of the few guys that I've ever played in a college fantasy league with, where I would play him and I would be concerned. Normally, I go into most of my matchups and I'm like, yeah, okay, this guy's going to need to get lucky to beat me. But not with Josh. Josh will outthink you and beat you that way. And that's why I had to bring him onto our team, because he's on another level. And that's what I like. I love being challenged, and that's definitely what Josh does. And he's growing with his Devy understanding as well. He's putting a lot of work into that. So maybe one day that's something he could venture over into. But yeah, I mean, I'm really excited about the college product this year. I think it's going to be when we finally do get to show you what we're going to do and everything. I'm really excited about it.
So Cowboys take offensive tackle Tyler Smith at pick number 24. We're going to have TJ Calkins on in just a little bit. I'll let him go on like a 5-minute rant. I know he's dying to give us. But just one last Devy question, and we'll focus back on the draft. What are your thoughts on Quinn Ewers, Wes? Because my buddy interviewed him in high school and sent me his highlight reel. And oh my God, it was incredible. It was beautiful. Is this guy the real deal? Like,
absolutely.
Is he really?
Well, CJ Stroud for first several games into the year. Actually, he goes into I believe it was the Akron game, and he just bombed, man. I mean, it was bad. He looked awful. Couldn't even get the ball to Chris Olave. He had 0 receptions, broke his reception streak. I was just throwing in the towel on the kid. I was like, I'm done with this. What is going on? They've got Quinn Ewers sitting on the sidelines. But see, Quinn Ewers, he didn't even go to Ohio State that year early. He didn't reclassify a year early in order to play for Ohio State. He just wanted to get his likeness contract he had $1 million waiting on him. So he reclassified to come to Ohio State to get his money. But obviously, CJ Stroud over the second half just went off, and you're not taking his job. So, but that doesn't mean we need to stick a fork in Ewers. Ewers is his high school tape, like you said. It's out of this world. This kid is the real deal. I'm excited about Texas. Now, on top of having Xavier Worthy, who's my number 2 Devy wide receiver, they just added Ajay Hall from Alabama, who was their top wide receiver recruit last year, and he transferred out. There was something weird where there was a rumor he was being kicked off the team, but he actually wasn't. But when he heard the rumor, he just said, okay, fine, I'm just going to enter the transfer portal. Now he's at Texas. They've got an insane wide receiver core there. This is it's an unbelievable situation when you consider they have the top running back in the country in Bijan Robinson. So this is it's a situation where there's no way that Quinn Ewers can fail. And I didn't even mention the fact that they also got Jaleel Billingsley from Alabama. They're ultra uber athletic tight ends. So I mean, he's just got weapons everywhere. Quinn Ewers is about to go off.
Love it. Just want to give a quick shout out to everyone in the chat who's still with us. Like I expected minimal viewers, just like at this point, 3 hours, you're probably all as drunk as we are. So shout out to Raymond Reese, Quentin Fesky, Jason Hansen, The Smoke Show, great podcast if you want to check that out, Austin, and yeah, thanks for sticking around, guys. Brian Jakes as well. Love you guys. Much appreciated.
Quentin was our jersey winner.
That's right. So is Jason Hansen. He won the cards, I think.
Big time.
And you could get into an interesting little debate with TJ when he hops in here, because he's another Devy guy. He doesn't like Bijan Robinson as much as he likes who's Ohio State.
Oh, I love Trayvon. He's number 2. Not really a debate.
All right. I told him to hop on. He says he needs to put a shirt on. So we're at what? We're at 25 with Baltimore right now.
Shower.
They have to go. They're going to go defense again, right? That's probably.
You don't think they grab a wide receiver?
I mean, your team is built on the run.
Yeah,
I mean that depth
Lamar
chart right now.
And defense.
Lamar doesn't have the deep arm to properly target Christian Watson. So the only receiver that would really make sense here, unless George Pickens would actually make sense, but Sky Moore, I guess. But I don't like it. It's got to be defense or offensive line. You know, when I can't remember his name. Their left tackle went down last year. Their offensive line really struggled. They weren't able to do the normal Baltimore things. So maybe they go with my guy out of Central Michigan.
Ravens going Tyler Linderbaum.
Okay.
Wow, nice.
Yeah.
That's a great fit, right?
If
Yes.
that's what they want to do. No team runs the ball like at the rate that the Ravens do.
So with speaking of the Ravens, when they were having the discussions with Melvin Gordon, do you think that's concerning that maybe J.K. Dobbins is not on the right path to being ready right away, or just a depth piece?
I just think that entire offense is based around the run, and they saw what happened last year when they had 0 healthy running backs and forced Lamar Jackson to pass, and it wasn't at all as successful. So they just want some more depth. You have 2 running backs coming off of really scary injuries. I think that sort of makes sense for this team in particular. One of only 3 teams really in Indianapolis and Tennessee, just like so built around the run game that for them, I think it makes sense.
Yeah. Completely agree. I wouldn't be surprised if they draft a running back, somewhere around the 4th or 5th round.
I'm hearing like all of these running backs go round 3. It's going to be Brees and Kenneth Walker round 2, and there's like 6 running backs in round 3.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I thought you were saying Brees was going to last till the 3rd. I was like, whoa. That would be like the upset of the draft right there.
Linderbaum had some knocks on his size. 6'2",
well, he's a center.
296.
I think the knocks were he doesn't have enough size to be a guard, which is true.
Yeah.
But he's supposedly like a generational center.
It's
the
all
issue
about
is
arm
like
length.
that's another devalue.
Yeah, it's the arm length. My 6-year-old girl has longer arms.
Yeah. Oh,
Another
really? He
transition
has short
in the
arms?
pocket, 26.
And that is a considerable concern. There was some horse whisperer, but for the center position that said that you cannot succeed in the NFL at center without long arms.
What's up, TJ?
That's true. Jets just came up to 26.
Who are the Jets taking?
I don't know.
All right, TJ, you want
Put
to
a
just go
shirt
on
on,
like a
man.
5-minute rant because we've missed you this entire time. So give us your thoughts. Is Drake London wide receiver 1? Is Treylon Burks A.J. Brown 2.0? Let's go. Give me it all. Kenny Pickett, Ben Roethlisberger 2.0 reincarnated.
If you come on this show and start talking about Kenny Pickett as a real fantasy quarterback, I'm shutting down. I'm gonna call it.
TJ has said Kenny Pickett is the next Kyler Murray for years.
What's that? Say that again, Scott.
Kenny Pickett is the next Kyler Murray. You told me that 2 years ago.
Stop it. No, but honestly, I think Pickett is good for Deontay, and that's all I'm worried about. So
yeah, exactly. We were so loaded up on Deontay shares. By the way, for the folks at home, TJ is my dynasty partner, so we share a number of teams and we share a love of Deontay Johnson. But I apologize, TJ. I'm going to get a beer, so go on a rant. I'm listening.
Far away. But Drake London, I don't think he's in the conversation for wide receiver 1 for me. That team is really, really in bad shape for years to come. I mean, at least two seasons where he's not gonna overtake Pitts. So Pitts is gonna lead the team in volume. I honestly don't like a guy like Mariota is gonna have to throw into tight windows for. So it's just kind of an ugly situation. Burks is not A.J. Brown 2.0, but he can fill that same role. He's lesser, but will essentially be the same. He'll see that 8 to 9 target per game role. If not immediately this year, Robert Woods will probably lead that team in volume. We did have that 5-minute window between the Brown trade and the Burks draft where we thought Woods was going to see 220 targets or some shit. So that was about it. But yeah, I think the wide receiver 1 in this class hasn't been drafted yet, but we'll see how that plays out.
Whoa.
Interesting.
Okay, so I'm not as comfortable just calling you out on these projections.
Fire away, man.
No, I'm not as comfortable because you know, I've known Scott a lot longer than you, but I'm just telling you right now, Drake London's not going to need tight window throws. This guy he creates offense for himself. He's a really good route runner. He's very sharp, and that's something I saw with a lot of the guys in the class that have the speed. Is they were a little more sloppy with their routes. I was very impressed by London's just sharp cuts, and then on his vertical stuff, he's a bully of a wide receiver. So you know he's not going to separate. He's not that kind of a receiver. But what he does is he's really good on his back shoulder goes where he gets a corner running, thinking, oh, I'm not going to let this big dude, you know, separate from me. That's not what he's trying to do. He's setting guys up. He gets your momentum going, and then just the slightest little push on the knee or something, just to give, you know, that little extra space, and then he turns for his back shoulder. He doesn't need separation for that. I'm not saying that Kyle Pitts isn't going to be the top target guy there, but they knew what they were doing. So Marcus Mariota, he's not a high accuracy thrower. He's a guy that you know he's going to throw it up and get it within the vicinity. And Drake London's the kind of guy that's going to go up and get it. The only thing that I came away with this tape that I was disappointed was it just the concentration drops. You know, there were just a few of those that they was just stupid. I hate seeing that. But you know, at the same time, he's over here catching 88 balls in 9 or 10 games. It was just ridiculous. And you know, he dropped a few. But I'm moving on from that. I was blown away by London. I'm not saying he's the wide receiver one. I don't care where he's drafted in the first round. I mean, basically, we saw the top 5 picks there get drafted within. Just a very short window, and really you could make the case for any of those 5, other than obviously Jameson. He's got a ways to go with his recovery, but I thought it was backwards. I think it would have been a better fit for Wilson to land with Atlanta and Drake London to go to the Jets. Yeah. But we have what we have, and I think that Drake London is going to be successful. I mean, he's going to get enough volume to be successful. But here's what I don't like, and this is something we talked about earlier, is we're going to see the Falcons fielding a receiver trio of Drake London, Kyle Pitts, and Alden Tate, who I like. But it's just like you have 3 of the same type of players. So I don't like that. I think they should have added speed at the London pick. But I don't know what you were saying about the top wide receiver hasn't been drafted yet. No, he's definitely been drafted.
So let me defend TJ here. He waited a long time to come on, so I'll let him give his rant. I think he's saying we're at Jermaine Johnson, by the way. Jets traded up for Jermaine Johnson, who's supposed to go way higher in this draft.
Yeah, that's a good pick.
And now the Jaguars have traded with Tampa Bay, leapfrogging Green Bay. Really interesting to see what they do. But I think he's saying is 28 is the landing spot of all landing spots. Is Green Bay.
30. 28 and 30 are still available.
Or the Chiefs. And so TJ, I think like me and like Brett is also a big Christian Watson guy. So he was a much bigger Sky Moore guy than I am. So but TJ, you want to keep going on your rant? You got anything else? I'll stop you when the
I think Wes and I were saying a lot of the same things, just in different ways. You know, like you said, he's not a guy that's going to separate, especially on those deeper routes. He's going to create maybe a hint of separation and have some drops in instances where he gets on target throws, but that's just not going to be a huge number of those with a guy like Mariota, and God knows who the replacement is going to be and when. I mean, I see a franchise more in disarray there. And like you said, with Wilson probably being a better fit there, I agree. And in New York, it's almost like, I don't think it's a bad thing, but there's almost like redundancy now with Wilson and Elijah. So I don't know. I don't know if that works against him. That probably works well for Zach Wilson, but we'll see on that.
I mean, maybe it takes pressure off of Elijah. he's not the focal point. But I mean, me wishful thinking with Elijah, but I mean, I certainly
You're not wishful thinking. Elijah's legit. And here's the thing, when he came out, we thought he was it looked like he would be mainly slot. I didn't think that. I thought he could definitely play outside, and that's where he's found his fit. So I think Wilson's gonna go back to the slot, which is where he looked the best at Ohio State. I didn't like Garrett Wilson outside. I loved it when Jackson Smith and Jigba made him go back inside. I think that's where he's more natural. I don't think he plays at the speed that he showed us with his 40 time. So I actually like that fit quite a bit, and I think that Garrett Wilson, top cover one wide receiver in the class. I think that's going to be a good thing for Zach Wilson in the long run. It's not going to turn him into Patrick Mahomes, but it's good for his development because he was just so bad. I mean, for the majority of the season, he was producing negative fantasy points per drop back against cover one. He did finally throw a touchdown or something that put him over that negative mark. But having Garrett Wilson now, that's a big get for him.
Real quick, Devin Lloyd going to the Jags here. They traded up to 27.
Devin Lloyd.
So what do the Jags got? They've got Walker and Lloyd. Is that what the two picks? Yep. Okay.
So that was to block who? The Patriots, you think, at 29 for making that move?
It makes sense because that would be a good pick for them.
I feel like they would have smashed that. I thought they were going to do that earlier.
Doesn't mean it's going to save that Jags defense.
Yeah. Jets, those Sauce, Wilson, Jermaine Johnson, they're having a decent draft.
Yeah, no, really good draft.
Yeah.
But go ahead, TJ. I'll shut up. I won't even reply to what you say.
I'm just more anticipatory right now because we're on that 28 and 30 spot. So I mean, this is just huge implications for all fantasy leagues. These next three picks.
Well, I'm surprised that Watson's still there. If he lands with one of these teams, that's going to be big. That's going to be big.
To me, he's wide receiver one if he lands in Green Bay, even if Sky goes to it's close. I think Sky could be wide receiver one if he goes to KC.
I can't even envision Sky Moore with Kansas City, even though, at the same time, that's basically what they had before. They had a bunch of slot receivers. So I guess it makes sense in that regard. But yeah, that would be pretty big if Sky Moore went to Kansas City.
I mean, they need someone other than Kelsey that can get open intermediate, and that's perfect. I mean, perfect immediate contributor with like room, top end ceiling room.
I just can't believe we're at pick 28 and only one quarterback's been drafted. This is
that's a great point. Yeah, where is Malik Willis, who supposedly has Josh Allen levels of upside in terms of arm talent? Like, okay, maybe that's an egregious take, but like I've heard it from multiple high level analysts, and then plus he's somewhere in between Jalen Hurts and Lamar Jackson as a runner. It's like a team can't gamble on that upside. Like that's just really, I think if that upside is even like there's a 50% chance, like it's worthy of going in round one. I do want to just say, I was trashing a podcast last night because I have Christian Watson ahead of Sky Moore. I'm kind of low on Sky Moore. I have him wide receiver 10. I have Watson like a spot higher or 2 spots higher. And so like some of the analytics guys who don't dig as deep as I do, or just look at other stuff I don't care about as much, like breakout age, that looks sort of egregious. So like I am holding my breath that I'm going to do a dance. If Christian Watson goes to Green Bay or Kansas City and Sky Moore falls out of round one, would be awesome. That's
what I think. I don't think Sky Moore is going to be a first round pick.
I don't think he should be.
I mean, he like I said, he gave us the 40, the 20, the 10, but the rest of his testing wasn't that great. He's got the hands, obviously, he's got just big old oven mitts. But I just don't think he's the twitchy type of guy that's going to land in the first round. I didn't see that. But I mean, no doubt, Christian Watson. If he doesn't go in the first round, my head's gonna blow up, because I mean, this guy put up just record-breaking athleticism at the combine and wingspan, hand size. I mean, just everything. Yes, he's 24, but he's the kind of guy you put on the field right now.
23. He's only 23.
What? No,
Hey,
he'll be
is Costco
24
here?
in week 1.
Is that John Costco?
Yes,
The
it
former
Yes,
former
it is.
safety for Kansas?
My former safety from Kansas back in the day.
Former bench
It's been a while.
Kansas.
What a
What's
nice
up,
little
fellas?
PFF reunion here between Wes,
I know,
Brett,
right?
John, and myself. Look at that! Look at that
Right.
sharp jacket you got on.
You sound like you're falling asleep, John.
Oh, I just kind of. I'm in the same room with Brett, so like I don't know if there's gonna be like a. If I hear me on his microphone and through mine, it would like screw up all of this.
You guys having a slumber party out there in
That's right.
Michigan?
We are having a slumber party.
Scott just had a slumber party. That's
We were talking about that before the show. Yeah. So give me your sources, John. How are you beating
You want me to take
Adam
you this pick that
Schefter?
just happened? Devontae Wyatt to the Packers at 28.
Oof.
Mhm.
Oof. Christian Watson. Aaron Rodgers is
Christian
going to
Watson.
fake retire again.
No Christian Watson. Devontae Wyatt. I mean, I think he's the best interior defender in this draft. So, I almost mocked him to that. Good player. I mean, he's the guy that can rush the passer and stop the run. Like Jordan Davis is just a run stopper. So, and Devontae Wyatt had like a beast of a combine as well. So, I think it's a good pick for them.
So, John, you have any fantasy takes for us? I know I asked you a couple of days ago for your top 5 wide receivers, and you told me your number 5 wide receiver was Kyle Phillips, depending on landing spot. Is that a real take, or were you trolling me?
No, I was pulling your leg, man. I like Kyle Phillips as a player. I was totally pulling your leg, though. I wasn't being serious. I was like,
I had him at like wide receiver 20, and I started sweating. I'm like, oh my god!
He's a guy that gets open out of the slot. He's a slot only guy, so it depends on his landing spot, what quarterback he's going to have with him. I think he gets open at an elite rate from the slot, and has some good ability after the catch, and he tested out pretty well. Like his 40 time wasn't great, but his 10-yard split was good. Everything else was really good. So he has the athleticism to play from the slot, and especially if he goes to like New England or something like that, that's a slam dunk pick for them. What do we have? Like 7 wide receivers going this first round. It's been nuts for these wide receivers. The Treylon Burks pick that, we're not high on Treylon Burks, but he doesn't have competition for targets now.
Right.
Like you get rid of A.J. Brown and you have him. He's taking over these targets. So he might be an extremely good option there for fantasy purposes now. Again, circling back to everybody thought he was wide receiver 1. Now he's not, and then he might be again.
So you weren't high on Treylon Burks in the film evaluation either, I take it. But my question is, like, how would Tennessee use him? I feel like A.J. Brown was a very high-level receiver, supposedly raw route running coming out. And he really excelled in that run-first offense, sort of reminiscent of Seattle, where it's the offense is based on the run, but then there's these high explosive deep passing plays that gain a ton of chunk yardage, where it's like not high quantity, but the very high yards per target. Or do you think Treylon Burks could be sort of who he was in college, where he had a lot of schemed touches, where he's still not asked to really beat cornerbacks in coverage, but he can get those quick dump offs, screens and behind the line of scrimmage targets?
Yeah, I mean, I think they think that he can replace A.J. Brown, And he's not going to be able to do that because he's not that type of wide receiver. He is more of the mold of being like a Deebo Samuel type in terms of his usage, but he doesn't have the body control that like Deebo Samuel has and the explosiveness that Deebo Samuel has. So to me, they're probably going to try to utilize him like they did with A.J. Brown, intermediate route runner, the big body guy that can hopefully get open over the middle of the field. In that system anyways, where, you're talking about play action, glance routes over the middle of the field, you don't have to be able to be the type of guy to create separation. The thing that A.J. Brown was really great at was being like an Anquan Bolden plus type guy where he didn't have to create the separation. He could win at that catch point and then also break those tackles and take it to the house. I know a lot of people think that Treylon Burks is like that, but he doesn't have the body control to be able to maintain that balance after the catch that A.J. Brown does. So they're going to utilize him like that. He's going to get the targets, and he's not going to get the type of yak that A.J. Brown had.
One thing I would add to that is he's nowhere near at A.J. Brown's route running ability.
Yeah.
A.J. Brown killed teams on his in routes, and the rounding of routes by Treylon Burks is a serious concern if that's how Tennessee expects to use him.
So another pick, by the way, Cole Strange to the Patriots at 29.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's a crazy one. He's in Division 2 from Chattanooga, offensive tackle.
Wow.
Yeah,
I don't even know who that is.
Yeah,
He's
I had to
guys
Google
we
it
thought
right
were
now.
going to go here.
he might be the best like pulling offensive lineman in this draft. He is an absolute like awesome in space, but obviously that's a massive leap that you're gonna have to take from the FCS level of Chattanooga to the NFL.
Number 116 on my board.
116 on Brett's board. Wow. So
He was 93 in Dane Brugler's board.
yeah, I think like consensus wise, that's kind of like back end of the third round is where he's at. But yeah, Wes, I agree with you. Like Treylon Burks' route running is not good compared to the AJ Brown, obviously. So like he's got a lot of work to do there, and that's mainly because he doesn't. They had to manufacture him touches, and you talk about being able to. They showed highlights of him beating Rice defensive backs and stuff like that, and yeah, he had a couple of good. Obviously had a good game against Alabama, but it was all based on two plays. One of which the free safety completely over pursued and took a bad angle, and he beat Josh Joby, who's not a really good defensive back. So, I don't have high hopes for Treylon Burks. Maybe he proves me wrong, and he gets utilized properly or whatever. But the problem is like I don't know how you utilize a guy that can't keep his balance after catching the ball. So.
Yeah, that's the thing.
In high school, they used him. They used him at quarterback. He did a lot of wildcat things like that. So and he's versatile enough that they could use him in some trick packages. So maybe you're right. Maybe they're just envisioning more of a Deebo role for him, where he's actually just going to take some handoffs and things like that.
Right.
But otherwise, I just can't imagine how they end the season with the Treylon Burks as their number one targeted receiver. I think Robert Woods is somebody that's going to get a lot of those targets. But,
Odell Beckham Jr. is still out there.
Yeah.
Jarvis Landry's still out there. Cole Beasley's still out. Maybe they'll probably add some pieces like that.
Yeah,
but
I don't think it's going to be a situation where Treylon Burks is going to have 130 targets. I don't think it's going to.
I think he's going to need manufactured touches to be successful. Like I said, Greg Gasol comped him to Deebo and AJ Brown, but also Cordarrelle Patterson, and speculated whether teams would use him in that way, which that would be good for fantasy. So I think Costco brought up something interesting, is that people keep talking up Treylon Burks based on his body control. But when I watched him with Brett, I did not see that at all. Like on just like quick screens, he just like fell down for no apparent reason whatsoever. And when he ran the out route, it was like the sloppiest, most non-linear out route I've ever seen in my entire life. And he did that 10 different times, like 10 of 10 non-linear out routes.
No, he's not put a lot of time into his route running, because you got to think when he was coming up through high school, playing for a very low nationally ranked high school, he was destroying these kids. I mean, there was no chance. He was putting up absurd numbers. And then he gets to Arkansas. They're using him in the slot. They're getting him the ball in these low A-dot receptions. I mean, he had a couple of nice plays on the outside. He's a physical guy. When he has like Josh Jobe, like your Joby or whatever that you talked about, when he was trying to press Treylon Burks, don't do that. No, just keep him in front of you and don't let him get behind you, because that was the thing that I was actually blown away. It was like he when he got a step on the defense, you're not catching him. He's got some decent acceleration, but I'm not saying that he's not a guy that could develop into a good receiver. He's just, to me, not a guy that you're going to feature, for one, and two, I had him lower. I had him behind Christian Watson and George Pickens. I think I ended up putting him behind George Pickens as well. But we'll see.
So Scott, you said that he's going to need manufactured touches to be successful.
Yeah.
The problem with that is then Tennessee's going to have to punt the ball a lot.
Right. Did you just announce Karlaftis? Did he go to the Chiefs?
Yeah, Karlaftis to the Chiefs.
Yep.
Oh, I love that. I love Karlaftis.
Oh, he's a beast. He's an absolute beast.
You like the
It
tape?
makes sense.
He reminds me of TJ Watt.
Oh my God!
He has like that motor to him, and then he also has like the power and just get off of that. And I'm not saying he's going to be the next TJ Watt type guy, but like he reminds me of him coming out of college, and just the way he the physicality which he plays with.
They were picked at the same pick.
And
Wow.
So that was the
Same
29th pick.
the 30th to the Chiefs is Karlaftis. Yeah, he didn't start playing football until like the 8th grade. He barely even knew what it was coming from Greece, or his deceased father like refused to let him play. There was something like that. So he's still a little raw. His athletic profile is identical but slightly superior to Jadeveon Clowney's in almost every single event in which he participated. He's a guy I was really rooting for round 1 draft capital. So that's exciting. And sounds like Costco thinks that's a steal at 30. Right now we have,
huge steal. I have Karlaftis is my 14th player on my board. So
love that. I had him going to Green Bay, the pick before in the fantasy points mock draft. Right now we have Cincy at 31, and I'm really rooting for a sort of luxury pick in Trey McBride. I think that would be awesome. I've seen one mock with that. It's probably not going to happen, but that would be.
I don't think he's a first rounder. I think.
I mean,
Bernard,
we disagree on that, Wes.
Raymond. What's that?
I have Trey McBride as the clear tier unto himself, tight end 1.
Well, that's fine, but I still don't think he's a first rounder. I think this is a good spot where they could add an offensive lineman. I think Bernard Raymond would be the ideal pick here.
They did revamp their offensive line in free agency though. They added Ted Karras.
They do still have some issues at guard.
They have a need at left guard. They added
Collins.
Yeah, Lyle Collins. The guy that they Jonah Williams is still a solid left tackle. They got pieces. They made it a lot better. You're right though. They do need a left guard because right now it's like Jackson Carman who's slated to start there, and that's obviously you need to upgrade from there. So I could see them going guard.
Yeah,
in a sense, or maybe taking Bernard Raymond and moving him to tackle and Jonah into guard, whatever it may be.
Well, I mean,
Is-
Raymond. I mean, he's the kind of guy that they could put him at guard now, but then he could develop into a tackle later on. I love his athleticism. And it's so crazy that we're just not very long after the Super Bowl, where obviously their offensive line was the serious problem, and the reason why they weren't able to beat the Rams. And now we're looking. You look at their offensive line. I mean, it's really come together, and I just would be. It would be very impressive if they added another piece. But I'm not saying I don't like Trey McBride. I do, Scott. I really do. But we all have our own evaluations, right? And I like Charlie Kolar as well. That doesn't mean I don't like Trey McBride.
And Booth is still out there too, right? Could be the pick.
I mean, so the last two picks are Cincy and Minnesota.
Minnesota, yeah.
Maybe there's a chance. I think there's a really good chance someone trades up for Malik Willis. It's really surprising to me.
Quarterbacks.
Still on the board.
I don't know, man.
Exact Lamar
I don't know.
Jackson
Nobody's
range
drafting
where you want that
quarterbacks.
fifth-year option.
Yeah, because you want the fifth year option, exactly.
But it doesn't matter, because if you can get him in the second round, it's just
You lose the fifth-year option though.
I get that.
32 to 33.
Yeah, but look at Daniel Jones. They didn't pick it up. I mean,
Fifth-year option is kind of irrelevant in my opinion, because
you can.
if the quarterback's good, you're extending him before that anyways. And if he's bad, you don't want the fifth-year options.
You can just franchise tag him if it's a mistake.
Not for nothing, Kyler just got the fifth-year option. So we're talking about not.
Yeah, and we're talking about.
The
The
fifth-year option would be the purpose of not being able to come to a deal yet, so that you can use the fifth-year option. If you still can't come to a deal, then you franchise tag them.
Yeah,
and you extend it out where you can still have the longer control. That would be the benefit of having the fifth-year option.
It's house cleaning. It's really house cleaning. If it's a quarterback that you want to be your future, you don't need a fifth-year option. You're already extending them before that.
Well, I think it's like you still like the Cardinals probably still want Kyler Murray as their future. They just haven't been able to come to terms on an agreement. So we got to make sure that we lock this guy up, right? So like even if they have this fifth-year option, it just gives them that extra time to be able to come to terms on something.
And then they
so
go out and
it's
trade
like
for his
just like a
best friend as
free
well.
franchise tag in a sense. But I mean, I agree. Like in a sense, like if you know the guy's your guy, you pay him. It's just now like probably Kyler Murray is asking, listen, Deshaun Watson has got $250 million guaranteed. That's what I want.
Mm-hmm.
And the Cardinals are going like, whoa, hold on here. We don't have that type of money to give you. And so that's probably where they're at. And so.
Well, no, they're like, we're not going to give you the
are
control.
unwilling to pay him that. Now, let's say just hypothetically unwilling to pay that no matter what. They're going to let him walk. The difference
No, they're not going to let him walk. They just
pick
traded for
their-
his best friend. They just traded
Don't poke
Hollywood.
holes in a hypothetical, please. Let me finish here, brother. What I'm saying is, say they're going to let him walk and they're not going to pay him. They're getting a dirt cheap fifth year versus having to replace him a year earlier. I mean, that matters. To say it doesn't matter, that blows my mind. I totally disagree with it.
No, what I'm saying is that they can just franchise tag him. They don't have to. They have a fifth year with Kyler. I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about Malik Willis. I don't think it's important for Malik Willis. Malik Willis is not Kyler Murray.
So the franchise tag is like, I don't know what the price is for a quarterback at this point, but it's like far more than what the fifth-year option would be.
Yeah, no, I get that. I get that, but every team has it, so it's available.
No,
Yeah,
I know.
so I think I side more with TJ on this just because, the quarterback contracts are massive and it dominates salary cap, and like the best way to build a team is to draft like a sort of Joe Burrow type quarterback, and then you have all that extra cap to surround him with enough playmakers to dominate. And then you have either a middling quarterback or hopefully something better that could really carry your team. With Malik Willis, maybe the concern is, well, he's clearly not ready, so you burn his year one where he sits on the bench. But you know me, I'm all about upside, and so like I'm willing to swing for those fences. Okay, I think the expected value on this pick is worth significantly more. Sure, the bust rate might be over 50%, but I think still the expected value is higher than means it's a worthwhile decision if you're one of these teams with really bad quarterback play.
I'm just waiting for one of you guys to mention a quarterback that wasn't the first pick in the draft. We're talking about the 29th pick or the 30th pick.
Okay,
Dak Prescott, Lamar Jackson, Russell Wilson.
Dax, by the way, Dax Hill to the Bengals.
Look, I'm telling you guys,
the safety?
Malik Willis
Safety,
is not getting drafted in the first round. Nobody cares about
that's not the discussion.
Willis. That is the discussion. We're talking about Malik Willis. How is that not?
The discussion is whether you said that he's not going to get drafted in the first round.
That's what we're talking. That's the whole point of the conversation. Is Malik Willis.
We're making the argument why he should go into the first round, though.
I'm not. I'm making the argument that it doesn't matter.
Okay, so who should be the pick for the Vikings at 32? We talked about wide receiver for them earlier. They traded that up, and the Lions swooped in and got Jameson Williams. Could they grab Christian Watson, another player you're going to have to develop for probably a year, or just defense?
It should be Andrew Booth Jr.
I mean, their best option is trade back, in my opinion, but there's got to be.
They love to do that.
Yeah, it should be a DB.
When are these quarterbacks going to go? I said Saturday. I mean,
right.
Saturday.
So who is your top player on your board, Brett?
Other than Malik Willis, it's Andrew Booth Jr. I would take him or the Georgia safety Lewis Seen.
Brett, where do you have Willis overall?
I had him 9, I think. 9 or 10. 10.
Wow. Who is the Vikings GM? Who replaced Spielman?
Quessy.
Where's he from?
Well, he was with the Browns the past couple of years. Before that, he was with the 49ers.
Ben chimed in, says he's from Cherry Hill, which is his hometown in South Jersey. Yeah, so I mean, if this were Spielman, like really good odds, they would trade back yet again. So I don't really know this guy's history, but they did trade back with that first pick.
He's an analytics guy, so you can think that he's going to trade back or take a valuable position like cornerback or edge defender or something like that.
So hypothetically, if someone were to trade up for Malik Willis, what team would it be?
I mean, the Lions.
Carolina.
I mean, the Lions could be the guy. Carolina, Atlanta.
What's Carolina going to give up, though?
The Vikings takes Lewis Seen, though.
Okay.
Well, they grabbed him.
So
that's who is that?
Willis Seen, the safety from Georgia.
Safety?
He's
the best safety in his class.
Is that the guy who's getting Tyrann Mathieu comps?
No. You guys need to go. You guys need to go watch. What's that, DJ?
Didn't the first round end at like 12:45 Eastern the last couple of years? Like this went fast.
Yeah.
Right.
Flew by.
There's a video going out. Les Snead and Sean McVay were on a live stream when the Patriots pick came out, and they lost their freaking minds. You got to go watch it. It's so funny.
Where can I find that?
It was. I just saw it on Twitter. I'll see if I can throw it in DMs. So Les Snead was like, cracking up. He's like, "Oh my gosh, we wasted so much time watching him, thinking he'd be available at 104." Oh, it's so great. Perfect reaction.
I mean, that's the Patriots for you. They give zero fucks.
So without looking, I'm pretty sure I had 30 of 32 players correctly mocked in the first round.
Congratulations.
Really?
Yeah.
And you
I
played
don't
a lot
think
of
anyone will match
Not
that.
team
Period.
player matches, but I had 30
Even still.
30 correct players, yeah.
I think
So,
I
Players,
had
you know,
3.
You put some money down, right? You said before some
Oh,
DFS.
I based on the first with Travon going number 1 overall, I made enough money that it didn't matter if I lost every other prop I played, I'd still make money.
So
I got
our
rid of
stream
those
last
options.
year was 5 hours long. We are not yet at 4 hours on this stream.
Nice.
So yeah, I feel surprisingly sober. This is fun. This is fast paced. A lot of excitement. No Christian Watson. Do you guys want to take a quick peek at round 2? Any possible landing spots for Breece Hall, Kenneth Walker, your boy Christian Watson? It's
I'll take
Buccaneers,
running backs at high.
Vikings, Titans.
Running backs will those two guys will go in the next 15 picks though.
Yeah.
The top of the second round is a sweet spot for running backs.
Just those top 2, and then maybe
Yeah.
like 5. Right.
There's nobody else worth taking there. You get Breece Hall, Kenneth
Does
Walker.
a third running back even go tomorrow?
No.
don't
Yeah,
think
round
so.
3 for sure. Yeah.
I don't
I
think
think
so. I really think that RB3 might be round 4.
Wow, could be.
I'm happy some wide receivers fell because Chicago's depth chart is absolutely ass right now. So, I mean, that's a good sign.
So the next few picks: Tampa, Vikings, Titans, Giants, Texans, Jets, Bears, Seahawks. I'm thinking, Titans.
Nick thinks wide
Titans
receiver
take-
39.
I wonder if we see Jimmy Garoppolo and Baker Mayfield get traded sometime tomorrow.
Yeah, we talked about that before you came on. I mean, I know you were a big time Baker truther, but I kind of sided with him when he went on rants like, I've had a different offensive coordinator every year. I played hurt all of last year, and I'm sympathetic towards that. I don't think he's like an elite QB1, but I think he's
an average quarterback in the NFL.
Right.
And you get that average tier. They have years where they look really good, and they have years where they can look bad, and everything in between. And basically, what you get is every reaction to their throw of like, "Oh my gosh, he's the worst! Oh my gosh, he's the best!" And that's what you get with those types of quarterbacks. Whereas, if you have an elite level quarterback, you're not dissecting every single throw. You just sit back and watch them win games, right? So with Baker, he was hurt this past year, but there were parts in this game where he'd have wide open wide receivers in his line of sight and not throw him the ball and then take a sack. And that's not an injury thing. That's a mental thing where he wasn't seeing the field, wasn't pulling the trigger, not sure what was going on. Sure, when he has he's hurt or whatever, does
TJ,
John froze up. But I'll piggyback on what he was saying. I watch every Brown snap, so it's big play seeking on an insane level. He would not take the easy throws. He would not take what was literally right there in front of him last year, and it was even more. Oh, John's back. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's the internet. He's got to go, upgrade from this dial-up stuff. But I think with Baker, being hurt doesn't excuse the mental side of it. And then when what I was saying was when the chips were down and everything was going wrong, you want that quarterback to elevate everybody on that team, and he just drug it down into the depths of the ocean. So you want him to be more mature in those situations to make the team better, and he didn't. He did everything in his power to make it worse.
Wes isn't here to beat up on me for sources, but this one's a pretty good one, and it was relayed to me that the issue with Carson Wentz, Baker Mayfield, their teammates didn't really like them, and like Aaron Rodgers' teammates maybe don't like him as much as they respect him, where he's sort of a plain-faced asshole, and they're like, he's just like, hey guys, I'm an asshole. Oh, and this is true for Russell Wilson too. So it's Russell Wilson, Carson Wentz, and Baker Mayfield, where it's sort of like they pretend they're these nice guys who do everything right. They're team players, but in reality, they're assholes behind the scenes. They throw their teammates under the bus. And I heard from one source, like, I don't know. I don't want to say too much, but like the character red flags on Baker are really rough. Nick just left. We should probably wrap this up in the next 10 minutes or so. We probably have like 0 people still watching, but throw out whatever else you want to throw out.
Here, let's go back. Let's go back to a debate from before. And I'm just going to throw a random stat out there that was given to me by Ben Gretsch that I didn't even realize. If you're looking at Drake London and Treylon Burks, which of the two would you think has a higher ADOT by a full 2 yards?
Between who? Between Treylon Burks and who?
Drake London.
I don't think it's relevant because they were both screens and goes and nothing else.
And Burks had half the targets as well.
Yeah. Where's that?
Yeah, Burks' ADOT was higher, but like that's just a singular stat. Like what does it mean to me, right? Like,
yeah, no.
And ADOT doesn't also equal catches.
It's descriptive. It's
41 of Burks' catches were within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage or less.
Yeah, and now throw out screens and throw out goes, and like you're left with a real sample of who these players are. Unfortunately for both of them, that made up 40 to 50% of their production, which is always a red flag for me. And that's why I thought both of these guys were really risky. Drake's my wide receiver 1, Burks is my wide receiver 5, but I did view them as extremely risky.
Well, I'm gonna go to bed.
All right. Well, yeah. Let's wrap this up. Brett, thanks for joining us. TJ, thanks for joining us. Casco, always a pleasure. I hope you guys had fun, and I hope the listeners had fun. And we'll see you guys on day 3.
All right. Good night, fellas.
See you guys.